Chapter 333. This nearly 20,000-kilogram giant sword floated in the air. It was completely edgeless, but it was domineering and awe-inspiring. Yang Dingtian even had an impulse to stop forging and directly grab this 10-meter-long giant sword to fight. If it was in a large-scale exhibition, he would really kill gods and Buddhas who blocked his way. With a sword, he was afraid that hundreds of people would be turned into minced meat. However, this kind of flashy thing could only be thought of. He was not Sun Wukong holding a 20,000-kilogram weapon to fight. Yang Dingtian began to condense the mystic fire, condensing it like never before. He drew out the mystic fire, and then poured all his mystic chi into it. Boom! Suddenly, the bright red flame soared hundreds of meters into the air. Although the momentum was not as shocking as the Abyss Lord's giant flame of a few thousand meters, it was still extremely shocking. Then, this 100-meter mystic fire began to condense, and condense. When it condensed to only 1 foot, it was already extremely dazzling. Even ordinary martial artists could not directly stare at it, otherwise, they would be directly blinded. This bright red light reached the extreme and completely turned into a dazzling white, even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Go! Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. The mystic fire in his hand shot out. Boom! The mystic fire fiercely hit the nearly 20,000-kilogram giant sword, and countless sparks burst out, like a giant firework erupting. These were the impurities in the giant sword. However, before these impurities completely dissipated and fell to the ground, Yang Dingtian suddenly used his mystic chi to gather these impurities under his feet. Then, Yang Dingtian condensed his mystic chi again, and then suddenly bombarded. Every time the mystic fire bombarded, it was not inferior to a powerful mystic skill attack. Therefore, with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he could only sustain 10 bombardments, and then the mystic chi in his body was completely exhausted. Yang Dingtian hurriedly took a mystic gathering pill, and then closed his eyes to absorb the mystic gathering pill's mystic gathering pill. After 15 minutes, the mystic chi in Yang Dingtian's chi was filled again. Boom! Yang Dingtian launched another mystic flame attack. Every time, he would condense the mystic flame to the extreme. Then, like Mars crashing into Earth, he would fiercely smash the sword, forcing out the impurities in the huge sword and burning them. Merely 10 minutes later, the 10 rounds of profound fire bombardment ended, and Yang Dingtian had exhausted his profound energy once again. At this moment, there was only less than 2,500 kilograms of weight left in the 20,000-kilogram great sword. His size had also shrunk by 3/4. The impurities of the giant sword under Yang Dingtian's feet had also piled up into a small hill. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to devour all the battle-profound energy around him. There was no doubt that the profound chi here was extremely dense, especially for battle-profound chi. In addition, Yang Dingtian's body was special. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it would take a full 4 to 5 hours to fill the sea of chi. However, Yang Dingtian only needed 2 hours to fill the sea of chi to the brim. After filling it to the brim, Yang Dingtian repeated the previous mystic fire bombardment. Just like that, the obsidian flame bombarded him again and again. Time passed by minute. After a full 20 hours, Yang Dingtian had already carried out a total of 11 mystic fire bombardments. At this moment, the entire great sword's weight was less than 1/20th of its original weight. It was only about 400 kilograms. Moreover, its length was only about 7 feet. From the looks of it, it indeed looked like a normal and awe-inspiring treasure sword. However, the forging was not over yet. Next was the most crucial refinement. Just the mystic fire bombardment alone was not very effective. Huff! Yang Dingtian condensed the mystic fire to the extreme, and then calcined it inch by inch. The sword embryo was completely burned into red-black gold water, which dripped down bit by bit. Below, he had to use his other hand to catch the dripping black gold water and condense it into a treasure sword again. This could be said to be the most crucial step in forging a soul sword. The grade of a soul sword basically depended on this procedure. The success of this procedure was related to one's cultivation to a certain extent, but it was not the most important. It was related to the mystic fire the most, followed by the grade of the sea of qi and mystic veins. Furthermore, the entire process could not be disturbed at all. Yang Dingtian held his breath and calcined the sword embryo bit by bit. He watched it turn into red water bit by bit, dripping down bit by bit. Then, Yang Dingtian used the mystic qi in his other hand to catch it and float in the air. The calcination was extremely slow and difficult. Not long later, Yang Dingtian's body broke out in sweat. This sword embryo melted inch by inch, dripping inch by inch. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. 4 hours passed. Yang Dingtian's sweat had almost dried up. His entire body was so dry that it was about to split open, and his mystic qi seemed to be completely exhausted. However, there were still 2 inches of sword embryo that had not melted. However, his mystic qi was about to be exhausted. Master, why is it like this? I've heard that although the reconstruction of the sword body is extremely important, it can be completed without even half of the mystic qi being exhausted. Why is it that my mystic qi is completely exhausted and the reconstruction of the sword body is not over yet? Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. Dongfang Minmi was speechless. After a long while he said, "The higher the grade of the soul sword, the slower the reconstruction of the sword body. You have the heaven and earth mystic fire, and the 9 yang mystic veins. According to normal circumstances, 1/3 of the mystic qi is enough for you to complete the reconstruction of the sword body. Now that the mystic qi is exhausted, it is still not completed. I really can't imagine how high the grade of this soul sword will be. This is a good thing, but if the mystic qi is exhausted and the reconstruction of the sword body is not completed, what should we do? There is only one chance. Yang Dingtian. If the mystic qi is exhausted and the reconstruction of the sword body is interrupted, what will happen? The grade of the soul sword will be greatly reduced. That is a complete waste of God's gift." Dongfang Minmi sighed. "I thought that your cultivation is enough to forge the soul sword, but I didn't think that the grade of your soul sword would be so shockingly high, so your mystic qi cultivation is not enough. What should I do?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi said, "You need to make the decision yourself." Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then said, "I know. In any case, the reconstruction of the sword body could not be interrupted." Yang Dingtian suddenly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He had already done this before. Now, he had to do it again. Last time, he fought to live from the brink of death. He used the heart flame to burn his qi and turned it into golden mystic qi to defeat Song Yu's mystic fire dragon. This time, Yang Dingtian wanted to burn his qi again, turn it into mystic qi and pour it into the mystic fire to continue forging the soul sword. After making up his mind, Yang Dingtian immediately used it. The heart flame directly burned the inner wall of the qi. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body shook violently. The energy in his body shook violently and became restless. It was as if a nuclear bomb was about to explode. At this time, it was the most dangerous time. The qi could explode at any time. Yang Dingtian was very careful. The heart flame burned the golden qi bit by bit. Boom! Suddenly, countless golden mystic qi surged out. Whoosh! In an instant, Yang Dingtian's mystic fire turned golden. In fact, Yang Dingtian's mystic fire had already penetrated the golden color because it contained the Naga royalty's mystic qi. At this time, he directly used the golden mystic qi to burn the mystic fire. The entire mystic fire was completely dazzling golden. At the same time, the speed of the reconstruction of the sword body suddenly accelerated. Originally, the sword embryo was melting bit by bit. According to the normal speed, the remaining 2 inches would take at least more than an hour. And in this more than an hour, how much qi would be burned and how much his cultivation would degrade. Yang Dingtian had no idea and no way to think about it. However, he would at least fall by about 2 levels. However, for the sake of the grade of the soul sword, he had to fight. But he did not expect that after the golden mystic qi was added to the mystic fire, the progress would suddenly accelerate. After only a dozen seconds, the remaining 2 inches of the sword embryo had completely melted and dripped down. Below him, the black gold water condensed into a sword once again. This treasure sword was only 4 feet and 3 inches long. It was the same length as a normal treasure sword, but it was slightly longer. However, the treasure sword was still very thick. It was more than 2 fingers thick. At this time, the treasure sword was already 80% complete. The next thing to do was to forge it into shape. At this time, the treasure sword was still blunt. Yang Dingtian first closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Once again, he swallowed the battle mystic chi and let the treasure sword float in front of him. His luck was really good. When he burned the chi si just now, he was prepared to fall by 2 levels. He did not expect that it was just a step away. The loss of the chi si cultivation was almost insignificant. At this time, he was still a 1-star intermediate martial venerable. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian filled the battle mystic chi again. Then, he condensed the mystic fire again and turned it into a golden energy hammer. Then, he continued to inject mystic chi into the energy hammer formed by the mystic fire. In the end, the hammer shone with golden light. It was dazzling, as if it was real and full of texture. Boom! Yang Dingtian smashed down fiercely. There was a loud sound and a burst of light. Suddenly, a layer of the thick sword blade was flattened. It was exactly the same as a normal treasure sword. However, the soul sword needed to use the mystic fire as the hammer, and the air as the anchor to smash down crazily. The more Yang Dingtian smashed, the faster he got. Ultimately, all that was left was an afterimage. The golden mystic fire hammer was like a meteor smashing down crazily on the treasure sword. 10 times, 100 times, 10,000 times. There was no limit to this kind of crazy forging until the mystic chi was exhausted. This kind of crazy forging, in addition to letting the treasure sword finally form, could also force out the last and most difficult impurities. Bang, bang, bang! Countless smashes. Yang Dingtian completely closed his eyes and followed his feelings to smash. He had no idea what his treasure sword had become. Bang! The last smashed down. The mystic fire dissipated, and the heart fire returned. Inside Yang Dingtian's chi vessel, there was no one. It was completely empty. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and saw his treasure sword at first glance. In an instant, he was completely stunned, shocked, trembling, and trembling. Is this the soul sword that I forged with my own hands? What kind of rank would it be? Chapter 334. Yang Dingtian had seen 2 completed soul swords. One was Song Yu's, and the other was Shimin Wuya's. The remaining ones were Dongfang Bingling and Dugu Fingwu's fledgling swords. Song Yu's soul sword was extremely beautiful, like a pool of autumn water. As for Shimin Wuya's sword, it was simple and mysterious. As for Yang Dingtian's soul sword, no words could be used to describe it. It gave people the feeling that it was completely transparent. From the sword hilt to the body, it was completely integrated, sparkling and translucent. It was as though it was created by the heavens, and there were no traces of forging. Actually, it wasn't transparent. For some reason, it might be because it was extremely pure, and it gave people the feeling that it was transparent. Song Yu's soul sword was as pure as water. However, water wasn't absolutely pure, and there were still impurities. Yang Dingtian's sword was completely like a ray of light. That's right, it was like a ray of light, and it didn't seem to have any substance. Furthermore, it was golden in color. That's right, a golden color that was even more dazzling than gold. During the Earth era, there was a type of iPhone that was considered nouveau riche gold, and it was said to be dazzling. However, compared to the golden color in front of him, it was completely like a pile of yellow mud. Yang Dingtian's soul sword that was like a ray of light was truly so dazzling that it could blind people's eyes. It was so dazzling that during a battle, it was very likely that the enemy's attention would be completely attracted to it, and they would forget to fight. This was a treasure sword that Yang Dingtian had completed by himself. Every piece of bloody black gold was dug out by himself, and every hammer was hammered down by himself. Now, it had finally become the most perfect work of art. After admiring it for over 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian asked, "Master, what grade should my treasure sword be?" Dongfang Minmi saw the image of this treasure sword in Yang Dingtian's mind and was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "What grade? Who knows?" "Huh?" Yang Dingtian asked. "What do you mean?" Dongfang Minmi said. "My soul sword is a 1-star peerless soul sword. At that time, I already felt that it was perfect. I felt that there wouldn't be a more outstanding soul sword in this world. But in front of your treasured sword, I can clearly feel that my soul sword is completely dim." Dongfang Minmi continued. "Some people have categorized the soul swords into different grades: supreme grade, and imperial grade. Every grade is divided into 10 stars. Then will my soul sword be of the emperor grade?" Yang Dingtian asked. Maybe there isn't even a sovereign grade. The grade of a soul sword was different from one's martial cultivation. One had to climb through the threshold. The emperor grade was the pinnacle of perfection, the pinnacle of the universe. I think that there shouldn't be any real emperor grade. It's just an unreachable ranking set by martial artists. Dongfang Minmi said. But if there really is an emperor grade soul sword in this world, then if your soul sword isn't included, I feel that the term emperor grade is meaningless. Yang Dingtian laughed. Yes, in the Earth era, it was said that there was no pure gold. The highest purity of gold could be 9,999%, but no matter how many nines there were, it would never reach 100%. But the soul sword in front of him undoubtedly made Yang Dingtian extremely satisfied. Okay, don't be intoxicated. There's still one last procedure left. This soul sword will truly belong to you, Dongfang Minmi said. The last procedure of the soul sword was the soul engraving. When forging the sword, there was also an engraving procedure, which was to let the treasured sword recognize its master. At that time, blood was directly sprinkled on the treasured sword, and then it was burned and refined by the supreme grade earth fire. And the soul sword's recognition of its master was even more profound. It was directly the engraving of the soul. Although the soul sword's recognition of its master had no use in increasing the grade of the soul sword, it was undoubtedly the most dangerous stage. Even if there were mistakes in the previous procedures, at most the soul sword's grade would be a little lower. But this soul sword would not have any problems. But once the final soul engraving failed, it meant that this treasured sword would never recognize you as its master. It would never become a real soul sword. It could only be an incomparably sharp and terrifying sword with the addition of Xianqi. And the soul engraving was also very simple. It was to cause the energy in the soul sword to tremble and resonate, and establish some kind of compatibility and connection with the master's spirit. Once successful, this soul sword would belong to you forever. Even if others took it away, it would be useless. They might even be hurt by the backlash. Therefore, in order to cause the soul sword to resonate and tremble, there were many ways. But most of them used an extreme suicide method because this method had the highest chance of success. The method was as follows. The master gave up all defense and threw the soul sword into the air, letting the soul sword fall directly to the top of his head. At this time, the soul sword already had an extremely weak consciousness. Generally speaking, it would not have any active reaction because this consciousness was extremely weak. It was not even comparable to the consciousness field produced by a plant. But when it found that it was about to kill its master and had no strength to stop it, it would desperately try to stop itself. It would tremble and resonate with its master's consciousness. According to Dongfang Minmi, the soul engraving of the soul sword had a very high failure rate in the past, even more than 80%. Later on, some heaven-defying genius invented the suicidal awakening method. As a result, the success rate of the soul engraving increased greatly, exceeding 50%. Even so, half of the soul engraving still failed. Some people were unwilling to accept this and even died under their own soul swords. This was because this suicidal soul engraving had to be completely real. As long as one took the initiative to have a trace of defense, it would become an incomparably huge wall, firmly blocking the soul sword's consciousness outside. And the success of the soul engraving mainly depended on the youngling sword. The better the youngling sword forged by the master, and the closer the relationship with the master, the higher the success rate of the soul engraving. Of course, a shameless soul sword like Zhao Wuji's couldn't be counted. After all, his wasn't even considered a real soul sword. Those fake soul swords that used demon cores as sea spirit crystals didn't need to care too much about the soul engraving. The soul engraving stage was no problem for Yang Dingtian. When it was still a youngling sword, it already had a muddled consciousness. This consciousness even knew attachment, excitement, and sadness. It would often communicate with Yang Dingtian mentally. Therefore, Dugu Fengwu had always said that Yang Dingtian's youngling sword was abnormal. When it was still a youngling sword, it already had consciousness. Other people's artifact swords wouldn't have consciousness even if they were soul swords. Therefore, the final soul engraving was something that Yang Dingtian could complete with his eyes closed. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and threw the soul sword up. Then, he waited for the soul sword's soul to tremble. His entire body had completely relaxed. At this moment, even if a child took a stone and smashed it at the back of Yang Dingtian's head, it might be able to smash Yang Dingtian to death. But the truth made Yang Dingtian tremble. Because the soul sword didn't react. Really, the soul sword didn't have any reaction. The golden soul sword fell from 80 meters and pierced towards Yang Dingtian's head, but the soul sword's consciousness didn't have any reaction. What was going on? Yang Dingtian's relationship with the youngling sword was obviously very close. It was completely like his own child. And that youngling sword's consciousness was clearly like a baby. It could be happy, depressed, excited, and even act spoiled. How could this be? This suicidal soul engraving was actually useless. The soul sword still continued to fall. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. And he didn't dare to activate his defense at all. Once he activated his defense, it would be a complete distrust of the soul sword. No matter how close their relationship was, it would be completely destroyed. There was only one chance for this soul engraving. And there was only one chance for this kind of loyalty test. If he succeeded, the soul sword would be loyal to him for life and would live and die with him. If he failed, he would lose the opportunity forever. Time passed quickly, but in Yang Dingtian's mind, it passed extremely slowly. As if every millisecond was a painful ordeal. He could clearly feel the wind from the soul sword's stab. It was getting closer and closer to his head. But he didn't know how close it was. Perhaps in the next moment, it would directly pierce through his head. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was incomparably worried about his gains and losses. He even felt that it was because the Naga royal tribe's profound chi energy in the soul sword had suppressed the soul sword's divine sense, and this soul sword was no longer that intimate Acho youngling sword? If this was the case, if he didn't defend himself, he could only be killed by his own soul sword in vain. Perhaps, this was also an alternative revenge of the Naga royalty. Little Tian, quickly defend, quickly give up! Dongfang Minmi exclaimed. No, if it wants to kill me, let it kill me! Yang Dingtian completely relaxed all his mind, waiting for the last moment to happen. Whether this last moment was the success of the soul engraving, or his head was directly pierced through. Whoosh! The soul sword, like a golden light, directly pierced the top of Yang Dingtian's head. The incomparably sharp tip of the sword directly pierced the flesh on the top of Yang Dingtian's head. Yang Dingtian's mind instantly went blank, as if his consciousness, soul, instantly and completely dissipated, as if he directly experienced the feeling of his consciousness being destroyed. However, at this moment, the soul sword directly floated above Yang Dingtian's head. The tip of the sword touched Yang Dingtian's scalp, but it didn't penetrate even a millimeter. Then, the soul sword violently trembled, violently trembling. Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt that a special spiritual energy in his mind suddenly flew out, drilling into the soul sword. This spiritual energy was incomparably mysterious and incomparably powerful. In an instant, the soul sword once again erupted with incomparably bright light, and the trembling above Yang Dingtian's head became even more intense. After an unknown period of time, Yang Dingtian finally woke up. Just now, his soul and consciousness were directly lost. Because he thought that he was killed by the soul sword. Countless thoughts gradually returned to his mind. Yang Dingtian found that the soul sword was lying on his leg, quiet and gentle, as if the thing that stabbed down just now was not it. The soul engraving was successful. This unprecedented soul sword finally officially recognized its master. However, this was really a soul engraving that was deeply engraved into the bone. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, there was a pile of red dust under his feet, emitting a flame-like glow. Yang Dingtian visually estimated that it was no less than 500 kilograms. These were all the impurities of the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian lifted his soul sword, 99 kilograms. That's right, only 99 kilograms. The fledgling sword that he forged with 45 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold still had a few hundred kilograms, and this soul sword forged with 999 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold was only 99 kilograms. And these 500 kilograms of impurities that were refined, although they were called impurities, were completely excellent treasures. It was even better than ordinary bloody black gold. After all, this was more than 500 kilograms of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold that was refined from 20,000 kilograms. This 500 kilograms of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold impurities, other than forging a scabbard for himself, was just enough to forge a dozen or so treasured swords. Although it could not become a soul sword, in terms of celestial chi and sharpness, it was believed that no treasured swords in this world could match it. Yang Dingtian was confident that these were enough to become the world's top divine weapon. However, time was tight, and Yang Dingtian was now unable to forge them into treasured swords. Next, Yang Dingtian used the fastest time to draw 20 kilograms of bloody black gold ashes and used celestial fire to forge a scabbard. His treasured sword was too eye-catching, so it was better to hide it in the scabbard most of the time. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian carried 500 kilograms of bloody black gold ashes, flew out of the abandoned mine, and returned to Cloud Sky City. At this moment, there were less than 8 hours before the martial arts contest for the position of the city lord. Chapter 335. More than 1,000 caddies of 10,000 years old bloody black gold ashes were not much in volume, enough for Yang Dingtian to put into the space ring, but it would make the space ring seem more crowded. At this time, Yang Dingtian flew towards the abandoned castle at a speed of 400 to 500 miles per hour. In the air, Yang Dingtian held the soul sword, still surging with emotions. This was truly a perfect artifact sword. It was even more perfect than the artifact swords that Yang Dingtian had used and seen before. Master, what name do you think should be given to this sword? Yang Dingtian. Dong Fangnimi smiled and said, This sword is yours, so you will be the one to name it. Yang Dingtian thought of several names, Flowing Light, Star, Red Sun, and so on. But he felt that they were not satisfactory. Flowing Light was too ordinary, and not domineering. The stars were too empty. Red Sun was domineering enough, but it was not mysterious enough. But then, Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly emerged an even more parody name. Xianyuan Sword. The legendary ancient divine weapon of the Earth era, and it was also a very famous name in the game. All this while, Yang Dingtian's life had been too heavy and solemn. So let's spoof it. It's settled, you'll be called Xianyuan Sword. Yang Dingtian. Then, he clearly felt a surge of divine sense coming from the sword. However, there were two emotions vaguely. One was like a child cheering, and the other was indeed a disdainful snort. Yang Dingtian was stunned. What was this situation? Inside his treasured sword, there were actually two kinds of emotions. Just what was going on? But then, the divine sense in the sword quieted down. After Yang Dingtian tried many times, the sword no longer had any emotions. Master, how much profound chi does my soul sword have? Yang Dingtian asked. I thought you would never ask this question. Dongfang Minmi smiled and said, The profound chi of a superb soul sword will reach 99%. How much do you think your sword can reach? I don't know, Yang Dingtian said. I don't know how much it is, Dongfang Minmi said. But it's definitely more than 150%. Yang Dingtian exclaimed. A 150% Xian Qi bonus was completely shocking and unheard of. Even the legendary swords in the history of the chaotic world did not have such a heaven-defying Xian Qi bonus. Master, that soul sword of yours at that time, how much profound Qi did it add? Yang Dingtian asked. About 80%. Dongfang Minmi said. About half of your team. A 150% increase in profound Qi, even without a sword soul, the power was incomparably shocking. Yang Dingtian was currently a 1-star martial honorable. In addition to the 150% increase in Xian Qi, his attack power had completely surpassed that of a 2-star martial honorable. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. However, more than a year ago, Yang Dingtian had thought of refining a sword soul before the Grand Martial Arts competition. At that time, ignorance was bliss. It was completely impossible. Compared to others, Yang Dingtian was already very impressive. Other people's soul swords would need at least 10 years to have a clear consciousness that could communicate with its master. Yang Dingtian's soul sword already had a consciousness, which was equivalent to saving Yang Dingtian almost 10 years. Originally, he wanted to refine the soul of the Lord of the Abyss and use it to cultivate the soul sword. In the end, there was no time at all. Most importantly, the soul sword did not have Xian vein essence and sea spirit crystal, so even if it was refined after devouring the soul of the Lord of the Abyss, the energy could not be stored in the soul sword. Therefore, from the looks of it, this soul sword could only be used as a peerless treasure sword with profound qi. Just over an hour later, Yang Dingtian flew back to the abandoned castle. At this time, close to 2,000 Black Blood cavalry and 500 new cavalrymen had all finished forming up. Madame Shimin Lai, Li Gainong, and the rest had all mounted their war horses and were ready to set off at any time. At this time, the sun had just risen. It was really dawn. When Yang Dingtian flew over, everyone on the ground cheered loudly. It was thunderous. Long live Yang Dingtian! Long live the city lord! Yang Dingtian descended from the sky and rode on the leading white horse. He shouted, Let's go! Instantly, more than 2,000 cavalrymen rushed out of the abandoned castle like swords and headed north to Cloud Sky City. With the war horses galloping at full speed, the distance of less than 300 miles could be covered in less than 5 hours. Along the way, it was the most direct territory of Cloud Sky City, and they had to pass through 4 to 5 large castles. However, at this time, there were not many warriors guarding the castles. It seemed that the warriors with slightly higher cultivation in the castles had all rushed to Cloud Sky City to watch the battle. After all, today was the most important day for Cloud Sky City. Originally, Yang Dingtian could have directly bypassed these castles, but Yang Dingtian did not. He chose to pass through them. These castles were the most direct forces of Cloud Sky City. He had to openly announce to everyone that he was back. After an hour, Yang Dingtian arrived at Cloud Sky City's first guardian castle, Heavenly Stone Castle. This castle was about 500 acres. Normally, there would be less than 1,000 warriors guarding it. If there was a battle, 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers could be stationed at any time. He led a few thousand cavalrymen and rushed to the front of the castle. He took the lead and shouted, The successor of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian, will lead the army past Heavenly Stone Castle and open the gates. The few warriors on the city wall were slightly stunned. Most of the warriors had a fanatical look in their eyes when they first saw Yang Dingtian. After all, they had seen the scene of Yang Dingtian defeating Qin Xiaobai with their own eyes. They were very clear about Yang Dingtian's peerless talent and unyielding character. Therefore, most of the warriors in Cloud Sky City admired and worshipped Yang Dingtian. Because Yang Dingtian had repeatedly created impossible miracles, they supported Yang Dingtian to become the new Cloud Sky City Lord from the bottom of their hearts. In the past year, in order to brainwash the people of the territory, Yan Yen and the others had done everything possible to slander Yang Dingtian. Not only did they say that Yang Dingtian was a spy of the evil ways, but they also said that Yang Dingtian's life was extremely promiscuous, and he did not even let his own mother-in-law go. However, this kind of brainwashing was not very useful. After all, the warriors of Cloud Sky City clearly knew what kind of person Yang Dingtian was. Especially after defeating Qin Xiaobai, Yang Dingtian, Shiminju, and the others had called a deer a horse and wanted to directly kill Yang Dingtian. This was still fresh in the minds of many warriors. On top of Heaven's Stone Castle, an officer walked out and said loudly, "Yang Dingtian, you have already been expelled from Cloud Sky City. You are not allowed to pass through Cloud Sky City. If you force your way through, that is an act of war. I have the right to kill all of you without mercy." Without a doubt, the officers of the various castles in Cloud Sky City had all been replaced by Yang Yen and Shiminju's direct subordinates. Therefore, these people were full of hostility towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's expression turned cold. That day, the successor of the hidden sect, Nameless, clearly stated at the Tiando League's Northwest meeting that I, Yang Dingtian, am not a spy of the evil ways. Furthermore, I am one of the successors of Cloud Sky City. This was passed by the Tiando League meeting. Are you going to overturn it? The officer said coldly. I don't care about the Tiando League meeting. I only know that you, Yang Dingtian, are a traitor of Cloud Sky City. If you want to pass through this door, it's very simple. Just kill me. You're not afraid of death? Yang Dingtian sneered. I'm not afraid of death, the officer said with a cold smile. Pooh! Before he could finish his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A sharp sword directly pierced through his heart. Under his incredulous gaze, the officer fell from the top of the city wall. Behind him, a warrior with a full beard held a blood-stained sword in his hand. After killing the officer, the warrior behind him directly went down the castle and opened the city gate. Lingzhen, the former vice-captain of Heavenstone Castle's cavalry, greets the young master. The bearded warrior led a dozen warriors and knelt behind the city gate. It was obvious that this person was a direct subordinate of Yang Dingtian who had been purged. That was why he was so determined to support Yang Dingtian. He directly pulled out his sword and killed without considering any other options. Get on the horse and follow me back to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian ordered. Yes, Lingzhen said loudly. A few minutes later, a cavalry team of nearly 100 people followed behind Yang Dingtian. When they left the second castle, Yang Dingtian's team had increased by nearly 200 people. When they left the third castle, Yang Dingtian's team had increased by another 200 people. When they left the fourth castle, Yang Dingtian's team had increased by another 300 people. The fifth castle was the largest, Black Blood Castle. Here, the city gate was wide open. However, all the warriors stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian didn't recognize any of these warriors, because none of them were from Cloud Sky City. 5 hours later, Yang Dingtian arrived at the foot of Cloud Sky Mountain. The majestic Cloud Sky City on the mountain was already in sight. It still stood on the mountain peak like a giant beast. Looking at Cloud Sky City on the mountain, Yang Dingtian didn't stop and immediately ordered his troops to go up the mountain. At this moment, the army behind him had already reached more than 3,000 people. Halfway up the mountain, when they were less than 10 miles away from Cloud Sky City, suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. A valiant warrior led dozens of horses and rushed over. When he saw Yang Dingtian's army, he didn't seem to have any intention of slowing down. Yang Dingtian continued to rush up the mountain. Both sides didn't give way and were about to collide. Whoosh! The leader of the warriors was enraged. When he was about to collide with Yang Dingtian, he pulled on the reins and stopped less than a meter away from Yang Dingtian. The leader of the warriors took off his helmet, revealing his handsome and cold face. Shimin knew the owner of the Abyss Castle, Shimin Wuya's third most outstanding godson. Madam! Yen Yen! Big brother! Shimin Nu is here to welcome you. Shimin Nu bowed to Shimin Lai, Yen Yen, and Madam Shimin. However, he acted as if he didn't see Yang Dingtian at all. Immediately, the people behind Yang Dingtian were enraged. They looked at Shimin Lai with murderous eyes. Shimin Lai, Madam Shimin, and Yen Yen also ignored Shimin Nu. Shimin Lai stepped forward and said coldly, "Young master is entering the city. Unrelated people, don't block the way." "Young master? Him?" Shimin Nu sneered. "Boss, if you were the one fighting for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord, there would be some hope. Just him? Forget it." Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Nu and said indifferently, "Wait, are you going to participate in the martial arts competition?" "Of course," Shimin Nu said with his head held high. His eyes were filled with pride and confidence. Because this person was Leng Ao and was in the Abyss Castle all year round, he didn't have much contact with the people of Cloud Sky City. Therefore, very few people knew what his cultivation was like. "Then there's no need to talk nonsense. Let's meet in the martial arts field later," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "Haha!" Shimin Nu laughed. "I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to enter the city, so I came to lead the way. Cloud Heaven City is no longer the same as before. I'm afraid that you'll be chased away halfway. It won't look good for everyone, and the world will think that we're intolerant. Before the competition even starts, you'll be chased away." Yang Dingtian smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." "Haha!" Shimin Nu laughed wildly again. "Let's go. I'll bring you into the city. Perhaps this will be the last time you enter Cloud Sky City. Either you'll never come back or you'll never get out. Who knows?" Shimin Nu laughed as he turned his horse around and led the way. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian galloped and arrived at Cloud Heaven City. Chapter 336. Today was Cloud Sky City's biggest day. Almost the entire northwest continent had been waiting for this day. On the city wall, rows of warriors were fully armed, looking straight ahead. In the sky, there were flying patrols, looking at everything on the ground with caution. At this moment, Cloud Sky City was silent, but it made people feel extremely oppressed. The turbulent tide under the sea could reach the sky at any time and tear everything to pieces. Shimin Lai stepped forward and said loudly, "Cloud Sky City's successor, Yang Dingtian, has arrived. Open the city gates!" The warriors on the city wall were like wooden stakes, as if they didn't hear him. Of course, they wouldn't be like Heavenly Stone Castle, where a clown came out to mock him. They just ignored him coldly. Shimin Lai said angrily, "Cloud Sky City's successor, Yang Dingtian, has arrived. Open the city gates!" On the city wall, there was still no response. They didn't even look at Yang Dingtian. Obviously, when they entered the city, they wanted to embarrass Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian couldn't choose to attack the city gates directly. At this moment, Shimin Nu stepped forward and said, "Cloud Sky City's Elder Guild's member, Abyss Castle Master Shimin Nu, wants to enter Cloud Sky City. Open the city gates!" "Yes!" the officer on the city wall shouted. Then, the thick city gates were opened. Shimin Nu smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, "Looks like it's necessary for me to lead the way. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be locked out." Yang Dingtian smiled faintly. Since the other party used such a clown's trick, he didn't need to lower himself to the same level of shamelessness as the other party. The thick city gates opened, and a few people walked out. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. It was actually Shimin Ju, Yang Yen, Tang Buizhao, and the others. Moreover, a gentle and beautiful young woman followed behind Shimin Ju. What surprised Yang Dingtian even more was that the Northwest Qin City's young master, Qin Huayu, came out with them. Qin Huayu stepped forward and bowed. "Qin Huayu greets Madam Shimin." Madam Shimin nodded on her horse and didn't reply. Qin Huayu looked at Yang Dingtian, smiled and bowed. "Junior brother Yang, long time no see." His smile was gentle and polite, just like a gentleman. It made people feel that the person in the Dongli grassland was not him. Yang Dingtian dismounted and returned the greeting. Senior Marshal Brother Qin, I trust you have been well since we last met. Shimin Ju took a step forward and said, Come, let's enter the city. Then, Qin Huayu and Shimin Ju walked at the front. Yan Yan and Tang Bo Shao were in the second row, and Shimin Nu followed closely behind. Yang Dingtian and the others walked behind Shimin Nu and entered Cloud Sky City. After entering Cloud Heaven City, countless gazes were directed at them. Even though Shimin Ju and the others had deliberately planned for the ranking, after entering the city, the majority of the countless gazes in the plaza were directed at Yang Dingtian, who was at the back. No matter how the other party slandered him, no matter how shamelessly the other party tried to frame him, Yang Dingtian was still the person who received the most attention today. He was the absolute main character today. Because he was the successor chosen by Shimin Wuya. Because he was the husband of Shimin Yan. Because he had created many miracles. Today was the most important day in Cloud Sky City. Therefore, the number of people in the plaza was unprecedented. The scene was much grander than the duel between Yang Dingtian and Qin Xiaobai. During the previous duel with Qin Xiaobai, all the forces in Cloud Sky City's territory had sent people. And today, in addition to all the forces in Cloud Sky City's territory, all the important people in Cloud Sky City's subsidiary castles, and all the others had come. Almost all the forces in the Northwest continent had sent important people to participate. All the members of the Tiando League had sent people to participate. Moreover, the members of the Tiando League who had come to participate were either successors of sects, sect masters, or at least elders. All the members of the Tiando League's Northwest Conference had arrived. At the top of the plaza, there were hundreds of high and mighty seats. Every seat was occupied by an important person in the chaotic continent. Yang Dingtian even saw Shu Hongxue of the Black Sky sect, the Manor Lord of the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, the Pavilion Master of the Sky Wind Pavilion, First Madame Gong Son of the Seven Refined Lane, and so on. More than half of the sect masters of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches had come. The rest were all the young masters of the sections. This should be the foundation of Cloud Sky City. Although they were regarded as traitors of the Yin-Yang school and didn't enter the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches, they were one of the core forces of the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian's gaze searched for the people of the Yin-Yang school, hoping to see that familiar figure. But it was obvious that she wouldn't come. However, the relationship between the Yin-Yang school and Cloud Sky City was special. Although they were like fire and water, they were of the same origin. Therefore, it wasn't strange for Yang Dingtian to see 5 people from the Yin-Yang school in the most prominent seats. These 5 people were all elders of the Yin-Yang school. Among them, Yang Dingtian saw Lingao. He was the young disciple of the Yin-Yang school who was second only to Dongfang Bingling. His talent wasn't inferior to Shu Hongxue and Qin Huayu. After Lingao felt Yang Dingtian's gaze, he didn't have any special reaction. He just glanced at him and ignored him. This person was extremely arrogant and didn't have any good feelings towards Yang Dingtian. Of course, he didn't show any hostility towards Yang Dingtian. Seeing Yang Dingtian enter, the 20,000 people in the plaza were in an uproar. Countless people stretched their necks, wanting to take a closer look at Yang Dingtian. After all, there were too many legends about Yang Dingtian. Countless people were waiting for Yang Dingtian to create another miracle. Other than the VIP seats at the top of the plaza, there was another row of seats below. All of them were Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild. However, Shimin Nu and Shimin Ju weren't there because they were going to participate in the martial arts competition. The Elders Guild was the arbiter of the martial arts competition. The 2 of them couldn't participate in the martial arts competition and be the judges. However, among these elders, Yang Dingtian had never seen more than half of them before. It seemed that in the past year, Yan Yan and the others had made a lot of changes to the upper echelons of Cloud Sky City. After Yang Dingtian and the others entered, the 3,000 cavalrymen found an empty square seat and sat on the ground. Their war horses were all tied up outside the city. After everyone was in place, Yang Yan stood up and bowed towards the VIP seats. The time has come. Cloud Sky City requests the Tiando League to officially start the martial arts competition for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. In the middle of the VIP seats, a solemn and cold woman stood up. She was the pavilion master of the Sky Wind Pavilion. Yang Dingtian didn't know when she became the chief of the Northwest Division of the Tiando League. Furthermore, the Sky Wind Pavilion was from the Southwest continent. Of course, this was definitely under the manipulation of the Northwest Qin City. That was how she became the chief of the Northwest Division of the Tiando League. This was obviously a deal with ulterior motives. He didn't know if this was also the result of Qin Chichi's plan. The pavilion master of the Sky Wind Pavilion said coldly, "I hereby announce that the martial arts competition for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord has officially begun." Everyone was shocked. The big show that they had been waiting for over a year had finally begun. Chapter 337. Competitors of Cloud Sky City, step forward! Yang Yan shouted. Immediately 4 people stepped forward. Shimin Yen, Shimin Nu, Shimin Ju, and Yang Dingtian. The scale of the Cloud Sky City Lord's grand duel was much smaller than the previous one. Last time, there were more than 10 people participating, or it could be said that Shimin Wuya fought against more than 10 experts. This time, there were only 4 people participating. 3 of Shimin Wuya's adopted sons and a son-in-law. Actually, there was one more person who definitely had the qualifications to participate in the grand duel, and that was Shimin Lai. As Shimin Wuya's most outstanding adopted son, it was perfectly justifiable for him to become the successor of Cloud Sky City. If he participated in the grand duel, he would take a lot of pressure off Yang Dingtian. Previously, Madame Shimin and Yan Yan had mentioned this tactic, but they were rejected by Yang Dingtian. "Verify your identity!" Yang Yan shouted. "Member of Cloud Sky City's Elder Association, Chief of Internal Affairs Shimin Ju. Member of Cloud Sky City's Elder Association, Abyss Castle Commander Shimin Nu. Member of Cloud Sky City's Elder Association, Blood Cavalry Commander Shimin Yen." After Shimin Yen proudly introduced himself, Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Shimin Yen to become a member of the Elder Association and the Blood Cavalry Commander. On the surface, he seemed to be on the same level as Shimin Lai, but everyone knew that he was just a puppet. Yang Dingtian took a step forward and said, "Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian." This self-introduction caused a burst of laughter. This was because the first 4 people had said their prominent positions, while Yang Dingtian was just a rookie in Cloud Sky City. His identity as Shimin Wuya's son-in-law couldn't be considered a position. After the 4 of them reported their identities, the Elder Association of Cloud Sky City verified their identities. However, this was just a procedure. These 4 people, especially Yang Dingtian, could be recognized even if they were burned to ashes. "The verification is complete. The duel begins and the lots are officially drawn," Yang Yan said. Yang Dingtian suddenly stood up and said, "Please wait." Immediately, everyone raised their heads. Yang Yan and the others frowned, not knowing what Yang Dingtian was up to. Yang Yan said with a frown, "Do not casually interrupt the arbitration council. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the competition. I'm just pointing out some mistakes," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "Speak," Yang Yan said coldly. "Firstly, may I ask Cloud Sky City's Elder Council if Commander Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin's qualifications to join the Elder Council were not revoked during the previous Tiando League Northwest Conference?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Didn't young Master Wu Ming say that it was illegal for Cloud Sky City to expel Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin from Cloud Sky City?" Yang Yan's expression changed. In particular, Qin Huayu's expression instantly became extremely ugly. "Damn it, wasn't that bullshit young Master Wu Ming yourself? This is a huge matter. Once it's exposed, there won't be a place for you, Yang Dingtian, in this world. Now you're actually recklessly bringing it up." That's right. I didn't say that Ximen Lai and Yang Peipei were expelled from Cloud Sky City, Yang Yan said. Then in this martial arts arbitration council, shouldn't there be a spot for Madame Ximen and Ximen Lai? Yang Dingtian asked. Yang Yan's expression instantly became extremely ugly and was about to scold him. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu's gaze shot over. Yang Yan hurriedly bowed towards the VIP seats and said, "May the Taekwondo League Northwest Conference make a decision." The Sky Wind Pavilion sect master and the surrounding Taekwondo League members looked at each other and nodded. Yang Yan said, "Add 2 more spots for Yang Peipei and Ximen Lai to join the Martial Arts Arbitration Council." After saying that, Yang Yan's mouth revealed a cold smile. He felt that Yang Dingtian's actions were laughable and pointless. Could it be that he would win and stand up alive? What a joke! Ximen Lai and Madame Ximen entered the Martial Arts Arbitration Council. Yang Yan frowned and said, "Let the drawing of lots begin." "Hold it!" Yang Dingtian shouted. At this moment, the tens of thousands of people in the hall were shocked. Yang Yan's expression turned cold as he coldly scolded, "Yang Dingtian, shut up. Don't think that we won't dare to disqualify you." Yang Dingtian laughed mockingly. "Don't worry, you won't." Of course they wouldn't. They still wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of this scourge, Yang Dingtian, in broad daylight. Then, Yang Dingtian ignored Yang Yan's reaction and walked to the VIP seats. He bowed and said, "Reporting, Taekwondo League Northwest Branch. Wooden Sword Castle is a member of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. Taekwondo League. Castle Lord Li Gainong came to Cloud Sky City to observe the ceremony. Shouldn't he be seated in the VIP seats?" Once these words came out, the faces of the people in the VIP seats became slightly awkward and angry. That's right, the Wooden Sword Castle was in dire straits now. They were worse than a countryside force. But they were still a member of the 27 branches and Taekwondo League. A few hundred years ago, they were even one of the leaders of the Taekwondo League. They couldn't treat them coldly when they were in dire straits and not even give them a seat. The Sky Wind Pavilion Master stood up and saluted Li Gainong. "My apologies, Senior Brotherly, I didn't see you earlier." Then, the Sky Wind Pavilion Master ordered an extra seat in the VIP seats. Li Gainong sat in the most prominent seat of the day. Coincidentally, he sat directly beside Qin Huaiyu. At this moment, Yang Yan's complexion was extremely unsightly. Yang Dingtian had repeatedly ruined the drawing of lots, causing his prestige to be swept to the ground. "Yang Dingtian, can we begin? What else do you have to say?" Yang Yan said coldly. "No, please." Yang Dingtian returned to his seat. "The drawing of lots has officially begun," Yang Yan said coldly. "The rules are the same as the previous martial contest. One of the lots is the stage master, and the rest are the challengers, from number 1 to 3. The person who draws the stage master's lot will take turns to accept the challenges of all the opponents on the stage until they are defeated. The winner will automatically become the new stage master. The last person to stand on the stage will become the new Cloud Sky City Lord." When this rule was announced, the crowd was in an uproar. This was too cruel. It was simply a tag team battle. That's right, it was a tag team battle. This rule was tailor-made for Ximen Wuya by the Yang clan. It couldn't be described as shameless. Moreover, they had prepared more than a dozen challengers for Ximen Wuya, each stronger than the last. Not only that, they even schemed to frame Ximen Wuya and poison him, weakening his cultivation. But even so, Ximen Wuya still defeated more than a dozen challengers with incomparable valiance. He won the martial contest and became the first city lord to defy the heavens in more than 200 years. This time, Yang Yan and the rest were considered kind. They only prepared 3 challengers for Yang Dingtian. However, this was also a form of disdain. They felt that Yang Dingtian and Yang Dingtian were worlds apart. 3 challengers were more than enough to kill Yang Dingtian. With regards to Yang Dingtian's cultivation, they were extremely clear about it. 1 month ago, in the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian was completely defeated by Dugu Fengwu and didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate. After the Taekwondo League chairman checked the lot, the drawing of lots began. Many people present held their breaths and waited for the result of the drawing of lots. Yang Dingtian went forward and casually drew a lot before handing it over to Yang Yan. The result of this drawing of lots was certain. Yang Dingtian would definitely get the stage master position. Yang Yan opened the lot and flipped it over to show it to everyone. He then announced loudly, "Yang Dingtian has drawn the lot, stage master." "Hush!" Instantly, countless people below booed. Yang Dingtian also sneered. Regarding the shamelessness of Yang Yan and the rest, no matter how high their estimation was, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Of course, on the surface, this was very fair and transparent. All the lots had been carefully examined. These lots were all made of energy crystals. If one wanted to cheat, it was really too easy. Following that, Shimin Yan and the rest drew lots even more blatantly. Shimin Yan drew the first challenger. Shimin Nu drew the second challenger. Shimin Ju drew the third challenger. It was a completely undisguised battle of attrition from low to high. The tens of thousands of people present booed unceasingly. Cloud Heaven City's way of eating was simply too unsightly. Yan Yan's expression was cold as he said to Yang Dingtian and the rest, "Do you have any objections to the result of the drawing of lots?" "No! No! No!" Shimin Yan, Shimin Nu, and Shimin Ju said at the same time. Yan Yan's gaze landed coldly on Yang Dingtian's face and said in a cold voice, "Yang Dingtian, do you have any objections?" Immediately, everyone's gazes all looked at Yang Dingtian, waiting for him to peel off Yang Yan's face again. The corners of Yang Dingtian's mouth revealed a mocking smile as he shook his head and said, "I have no objections." "If you have no objections, then stand on the stage," Yang Yan said. The stage was in the center of the huge plaza. Paved with huge stones, after dozens of steps, the stage was more than 10 meters high and about 500 square meters in area. Yang Dingtian stepped onto the stage step by step. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian, who was walking up step by step, and had a very strange feeling. Yang Dingtian seemed to not be competing, but ascending to the throne as a king. He walked to the center of the stage. Suddenly, the tens of thousands of warriors below cheered in unison. "Long live City Lord Yang Dingtian! Long live Yang Dingtian!" In the beginning, it was only the Black Blood Cavalry that was shouting. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian's 500 new direct subordinates also started to shout. Subsequently, most of the martial artists in Cloud Heaven City also started to shout. Finally, almost all the martial artists were shouting. Anyway, the law can't punish the masses. Most of the people sitting in the plaza were basic level warriors. They yearned for the legend of Yang Dingtian's rise very much. If they were previously filled with jealousy towards Yang Dingtian because he had married Shimin Yan, they were now filled with jealousy. But now, this jealousy had almost disappeared. They only felt that Yang Dingtian was like their spokesperson. From the weakest martial artist, he had walked to the peak of this world. This feeling made them empathize with him. Hearing everyone cheering for Yang Dingtian, the faces of Yang Yan and the rest turned ugly. "Let him be proud for a while. In any case, he will definitely die today," Tang Buizhou said coldly. In terms of hatred towards Yang Dingtian, no one present could surpass Tang Buizhou. His son and daughter, whether directly or indirectly, had died in the hands of Yang Dingtian. He really wished he could skin Yang Dingtian alive. "Challenger number 1, go!" Yang Yan said. Shimin Yan bowed towards the VIP seats and gently bounced. He landed lightly on the contest stage and stood 10 meters in front of Yang Dingtian. "Draw your sword, you bastard picked up," Shimin Yan said coldly. "Originally, you should have died under my sword more than a year ago. Killing you today can be considered letting you off too easily." When he said more than a year ago, he was obviously referring to when they were at sea. "A year and a half ago, you bastard used despicable means to defeat Qin Xiaobai. You used the power of heaven and earth to break through from a novice warrior to a Xian martial artist and steal the title of a peerless genius." Shimin Yan sneered and said, "I want to see how strong a peerless genius like you has been in this year and a half." Because there won't be a second yin-yang festival for you to take advantage of. Did a peerless genius like you break through to the great Xian martial master? Shimin Yan actually did not know his cultivation. Qin Huayu clearly knew, so Shimin Ju definitely knew as well. However, he did not tell Shimin Yan. Immediately, Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yan like an idiot. In this year and a half, I have already broken through from a 9-star martial profound to a 2-star martial ancestor. Tell me, how do you want to die? Shimin Yan slowly drew his sword. Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yan with a gaze filled with pity. This idiot was clearly a cannon fodder that Shimin Ju and Yang Yan pushed out to die. Yang Dingtian, draw your sword. Shimin Yan shouted. Yang Dingtian raised his sword and said indifferently, against trash like you, there is no need to draw my sword. Your blood is not enough for my sharp blade to drink. Hearing Yang Dingtian's humiliating words, Shimin Yan was enraged and roared, die. Then, he held his large sword and ferociously charged towards Yang Dingtian. Chapter 338. Shimin Yan instantly channeled his Xian Qi to the extreme. He clearly knew that he had no hope of winning the City Lord's grand duel this time. Compared to Shimin Nu and Shimin Ju, he was much worse. However, in front of everyone's eyes, he must perform to the extreme. Therefore, he had to use the most gorgeous effect to instantly defeat Yang Dingtian and leave a deep impression on the tens of thousands of people present. Most importantly, in the future, he would obtain an important position with real power in Cloud Sky City. Even in the entire Northwest continent, he would obtain an important position. At this moment, in his heart, he no longer regarded Cloud Sky City as Cloud Sky City. He had long chosen to work for the Northwest Jin family. When Yang Dingtian saw Shimin Yan rushing over, he immediately stood still. He still did not draw his sword. In an instant, Shimin Yan was in front of him. The large sword in his hand directly slashed down on Yang Dingtian's head. Immediately, everyone cried out in surprise. Die, bastard! Shimin Yan roared and wanted to chop Yang Dingtian into meat paste. At this moment, Qin Huayu turned his head away, unwilling to see the next scene. Yang Dingtian's sword was still sheathed. He held the sword in his right hand and suddenly raised it. Dang! A crisp sound and sparks flew. Immediately, Yang Dingtian blocked Shimin Yan's sword. When Shimin Yan saw that his sword was easily blocked, he was immediately startled. Ah! Shimin Yan roared crazily. Holding the sword with both hands, he crazily pressed down. Yang Dingtian easily withstood all of Shimin Yan's energy suppression with one hand. Shimin Yan used all his strength. His face became redder and redder. Cold sweat burst out, but the sword in his hand still could not be pressed down. Idiot, Shimin Ju and Qin Huayu deliberately sent you to your death, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Then, he gently exhaled his Xian Qi. Puff! Immediately, the sharp sword in Shimin Yan's hand shattered into pieces and turned into ashes. This effect was really incomparably gorgeous. Although Shimin Yan's hand was not a divine weapon, it was still a one-in-a-million treasure sword. Just like that, it dissipated in the wind, turning into countless powder that flew away. Then, under Shimin Yan's shocked gaze, he violently spurted out blood, and his entire body flew out a few hundred meters like a kite. Bang! Shimin Yan's body fell directly in front of Yang Yan. Blood continuously spurted out from his mouth and nose. After falling to the ground, he fiercely supported himself with both hands, trying to get up. However, he discovered that there was no strength in his entire body. The profound veins in his entire body seemed to have turned into a pile of mud. No! Shimin Yan let out a miserable howl and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground, unconscious. From the beginning to the end, Yang Dingtian did not draw his sword, nor did he use any techniques, let alone any profound skills. He killed Shimin Yan in an instant just like that. There was silence in the square. Everyone looked at everything in front of them in horror. The tens of thousands of people present did not know Yang Dingtian's exact cultivation level. They only knew that a year and a half ago, he was only a 3-star Xian martial artist. Now, Shimin Yan was a martial ancestor realm expert. Yet, he had been easily defeated by Yang Dingtian. Then, what level was Yang Dingtian at? Even Yang Yan, Shimin Zhu, Qin Huayu and the rest revealed astonished and grave expressions. They knew Yang Dingtian's cultivation level and deliberately sent Shimin Yan to his death. However, they did not expect that Yang Dingtian would actually kill Shimin Yan in an instant so easily. Long live, long live! Yang Dingtian's direct subordinates reacted first, and then roared excitedly. Following that, everyone present began to shout loudly. Long live Yang Dingtian! Yang Yan took a deep breath and said loudly. The first battle, Platform Master Yang Dingtian wins. Challenger number 2, come on stage and challenge. Following Yang Yan's order, Shimin Nu walked up the stage step by step with his sword in hand. He was very handsome and cold, so he had an imposing manner when he walked. However, gradually, people began to cry out in surprise. Immediately after, everyone discovered that every step Shimin Yan took left behind a deep footprint. This was not much, but the key was that the hard rocks of every footprint were all burnt black. How hard were these rocks? If one wanted to shatter them, perhaps many people could do it. However, the fact that there was not a single crack after leaving a deep footprint on the ground was very shocking. What was even more terrifying was that the mystic chi released from his feet actually burned the rocks. One must know that burning rocks was much harder than burning steel. It could be seen how astonishing this Shimin Nu's cultivation was. Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Lai, what is this Shimin Nu's cultivation level? Madame Shimin asked. This person has always been very distant with us. I really don't know his specific cultivation level, Shimin Lai said. But from the looks of it, his cultivation level is not inferior to mine. Then comparing you and little Tian, whose cultivation is stronger? Madame Shimin asked. Shimin Lai said. Purely in terms of mystic chi cultivation, I am slightly stronger than young master. Immediately Madame Shimin's heart was filled with uneasiness. This Shimin Nu's cultivation level was actually slightly higher than Shimin Lai's, and Yang Dingtian's cultivation level was slightly lower than Shimin Lai's. Then, this battle seemed to be really worrying. Shimin Nu walked to Yang Dingtian and said slowly, Yang Dingtian, your performance just now was really amazing. Thank you for the compliment, Yang Dingtian said. The speed of your cultivation is really far beyond my imagination, Shimin Nu said. I have never seen or heard of it before. Thank you for the compliment, Yang Dingtian said. However, all of this is over, Shimin Nu said. You took something that you shouldn't have taken, and you provoked an enemy that you shouldn't have provoked. So, everything ends here. In the future, perhaps you will leave behind your reputation as an absolute genius, but all of this ends here. Yang Dingtian nodded. I am a 3-star revered martial artist, Shimin Nu said indifferently. My cultivation level should be 1 level higher than Shimin Lai's, and at least 1 level higher than yours. So you have no hope. Remember, after I kill you, don't blame me when you go to hell. You are the one who brought about your own death. Yang Dingtian finally couldn't help but frown and ask. Shimin Nu, can I ask you a question? Speak, Shimin Nu said. You are one of Martial Uncle Shimin's most valued foster sons. Why did you betray him and collude with those traitors? Yang Dingtian said. Big brother Shimin Lai once said many times that you could be our comrade. Why did you become our enemy? Shimin Nu laughed and said. You are about to be killed. Why do you care so much about this answer? Yang Dingtian nodded and said. Of course. If I don't ask now, I am afraid that I won't have the chance to ask in the future. All right, then I will tell you. There are 2 reasons, Shimin Nu said. The first reason is that among my foster father's many foster sons, I am the most handsome one. So I always thought that Yan Yan and I were a match made in heaven. However, my foster father actually betrothed Yan Yan to you, an outsider of unknown origin. When I heard this news, I smashed the entire room and killed dozens of innocent people. Then what is the second reason? Yang Dingtian asked. The second reason is that I will only stand on the side of the strong, Shimin Nu said. You want me to be loyal to an outsider who is still wet behind the ears like you. I am not as stupid as Shimin Lai. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I understand. Thank you for telling me. Actually, there is a third reason. Shimin Nu's eyes revealed a trace of gloominess as he said, Among my foster sons, my cultivation is not inferior to Shimin Lai's. My intelligence is not inferior to Shimin Ju's. My appearance and bearing far surpass theirs. So why did my foster father send me to the Abyss Castle so early and make me stay away from Cloud Heaven City? This made me very angry and dissatisfied. Especially when he chose you as his successor, I no longer treated him as my foster father. I want to smash his everything. I want to let him know that his choice was wrong. Yang Dingtian completely understood. Shimin Nu was not only a scheming person, but most importantly, he was extremely narrow-minded and selfish. The reason why he stood on the side of the Northwest Jin City was because of his hatred toward Shimin Wuya. It was obvious that Shimin Wuya had seen through his character long ago, so he sent him far away from Cloud Heaven City and made him guard the Abyss Castle at the border. All right, I have said all that needs to be said. Let's fight, Shimin Nu said. That's right, after killing you, I will lose to Shimin Ju later. Do you know the conditions for me to join the Northwest Jin City? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. It is Shimin Yen Yen, Shimin Nu said. After this matter ends, I will still return to my Abyss Castle. However, Shimin Yen Yen must belong to me. Of course, she may have already been sullied by you, but I don't care. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with anger. You can use mystical skills or fight directly. It's up to you, Shimin Nu said. Let's end this quickly. After killing you, I still have time to rush back to the Abyss Castle and consummate my marriage with Yen Yen. After saying this, Shimin Nu elegantly pulled out his sword. His sword was very precious. It was an ancient famous sword that Shimin Wuya obtained from somewhere. Compared to Yen Yen's sword, it was even more mystical. His sword was very beautiful. The blade of the sword was like a mirror, reflecting Shimin Nu's handsome and cold face. Shimin Nu lightly swung the sword and pointed it at Yang Dingtian, saying, For my foster father's sake, I will grant you a complete corpse. A breeze blew past, and Shimin Nu's robe and hair fluttered lightly, making him look even more heroic and extraordinary. The sword in his hand did not move at all. He completely had the demeanor of an expert. Suddenly, everyone held their breaths. They could see that Yang Dingtian's real opponent had appeared. 3-star revered martial artist, no one thought that Yang Dingtian could escape from his sword with his life. Yang Dingtian raised his sword and pointed it at Shimin Nu, saying angrily, Come! I know you are very scared, but don't forget to pull out your sword. Shimin Nu lightly mocked. Yang Dingtian laughed. Against you, I probably don't need to pull out my sword. When these words came out, instantly, Shimin Nu's complexion changed greatly. His handsome face instantly turned red. His anger and murderous aura surged up to the heavens. He, Shimin Nu, had never suffered such humiliation. From the beginning until now, he did not put Yang Dingtian in his eyes at all. He completely had the demeanor of an expert, looking at Yang Dingtian from above, as if he could crush him with one finger. Therefore, his tone was full of superiority and pity. Now, the other party actually said that he did not even have the qualifications to make him pull out his sword. In this world, was there anything more shameful than this? Shimin Nu was instantly enraged to the extreme. In an instant, his eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. Yang Dingtian finally knew why Shimin Wuya named him Shimin Nu. Yang Dingtian had always felt that it was strange. Shimin Nu was a cold and handsome person who had nothing to do with the word Nu. Why would Shimin Wuya give him such a name? Now it seemed that Shimin Wuya's name was extremely accurate. This person's narrow-mindedness, this person's vengeance for the smallest grievance, it was completely the most Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Yang Dingtian, you humiliated me. Later, I will let you die in the most humiliating way, Shimin Nu said coldly. His voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. After saying this, he jumped up and the sharp sword in his hand lightly pierced towards Yang Dingtian. Shimin Nu learned an 8th grade martial technique, cold flame sword art. In the entire Cloud Sky City, he was the only one who learned this set of sword art. Although cold flame sword art was a fire martial technique, it leaned towards yin and cold, which was very suitable for Shimin Nu's character and talent. And the most important thing was that there was the word flame on it. From then on, he was filled with absolute possessiveness towards Yan Yan. Whoosh! As Xianqi was injected, Shimin Nu's sword instantly changed color and a blue flame gushed out. Whoosh! Before Shimin Nu's sword arrived, a blue fire snake suddenly shot out. It was tricky, vicious, and incomparably fast. It suddenly flew towards Yang Dingtian and instantly wrapped around Yang Dingtian's neck. It opened its fangs and fiercely bit down on Yang Dingtian's neck. Looking at the sword light and the fire snake's terrifying eyes, it was exactly the same as Shimin Nu's. Everyone exclaimed because Yang Dingtian's neck was almost instantly wrapped around. This move was the 3rd move of Cold Flame Sword Art, Ghost Chain. Once the neck was wrapped around, it would not stop until death. It was almost certain death. Therefore, everyone present was shocked and their expressions changed drastically. Yang Yan sneered disdainfully and said, "It's only SOSO." Seeing the sword-light snake biting over, Yang Dingtian directly opened his mouth. Everyone was shocked. Was he crazy? Was Yang Dingtian scared out of his wits? In an instant, this ferocious sword-light snake suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's mouth. Some people directly closed their eyes, because Yang Dingtian's actions were completely courting death. However, what happened next stunned everyone once again. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and lightly spat. Immediately, a ball of flame emerged from his mouth and collided with the terrifying sword-light fire snake. In an instant, that ferocious and terrifying fire snake was instantly turned into ashes. How could this be? Everyone was shocked. Including Shimin Nu, his face was also filled with shock. How could this be? But very quickly, this emotion was swept away. Shimin Nu's sword was like an even more terrifying poisonous snake, piercing into Yang Dingtian's mouth like lightning. Ah! Yan Yan and Mrs. Shimin cried out in horror. The tens of thousands of people present also suddenly stood up and looked at the terrifying scene in front of them. Shimin Nu's sword directly pierced into Yang Dingtian's mouth like the most vicious poisonous snake. No one expected that the two of them had just started fighting and the scene would be so vicious and terrifying. No matter how one looked at it, Yang Dingtian was definitely going to die this time. Chapter 339. Shimin Nu's sharp sword directly pierced into Yang Dingtian's mouth and was about to pierce his throat. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and instantly spat out a colorless flame. Of course, this was the mysterious fire, and it was an extremely condensed mysterious fire. It had an extremely terrifying temperature, and was wrapped in harmless mysterious qi. Almost instantly, the top 2 inches of Shimin Nu's sword turned red and then shattered into pieces, turning into nothingness in the air. What a gorgeous and strange scene! When Yang Dingtian's million-spirit demon fire was condensed to the extreme, it could even burn the bloody black gold into pieces, not to mention Shimin Nu's sword. Seeing this scene, Shimin Nu was shocked and completely revealed a look of disbelief. This was too shocking. 1 inch of his sword actually shattered in Yang Dingtian's mouth and was blown out by a gust of wind. But soon, Shimin Nu's sword blade turned, almost touching Yang Dingtian's flesh, and slashed towards his neck, wanting to cut off his neck. Pig-killing swordsmanship, cleaning the stomach. The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand spun rapidly. Almost instantly, it entangled Shimin Nu's sword, making him completely unable to escape. Shimin Nu was shocked. He frantically accelerated and attacked crazily. Suddenly, his sword was no longer like a poisonous snake, but like a ghost. However, he was still unable to break out of Yang Dingtian's entanglement. No matter how fast his sword was, no matter how fast his movement technique was. In the end, there were only two gray shadows left on the battle stage. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. Shimin Nu had completely reached the extreme. His anger had also reached the extreme. This Yang Dingtian, who he had never put in his eyes, was actually not at a disadvantage in terms of moves. He had always thought that his cold flame sword art was rare in the world. In addition to his speed, his strength far exceeded it, so it was more than enough to use moves to kill Yang Dingtian. Shimin Nu's plan was like this. First compete in moves. Then compete in mysterious chi. Finally, compete in mysterious skill. He would not kill Yang Dingtian at the beginning. That would be too boring. Just like a cat catching a mouse, it had to play with it for a while. He wanted to prove in front of everyone that he, Shimin Nu, was much stronger than Yang Dingtian, this bastard. No matter if it was moves, profound energy, or profound skills, he had to display the ability to instantly kill Yang Dingtian. But now, he didn't have the upper hand in a simple duel of swordsmanship. How could he accept this? Ah! Yang Dingtian shouted loudly, and the sharp sword in his hand suddenly burst out, completely ignoring the sword hilt of Yang Dingtian. This guy was shameless. On the surface, it looked as if he had been pushed to the brink of death. He completely ignored defense and directly clashed with Yang Dingtian. Even if his chest and arm were to be shattered by Yang Dingtian's sword, he would still stab his sword into Yang Dingtian's eyes. But don't forget that Yang Dingtian's sword was still sheathed. It was just a blunt sword hilt. Pig-killing swordsmanship, eviscerate the flesh! Pig-killing swordsmanship, sword on the chopping board! Yang Dingtian quickly mixed the two moves of pig-killing swordsmanship together, completely ignoring Shimin Nu's sword that was stabbing towards his eyes. The sword in his hand quickly strangled Shimin Nu's right arm. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the sleeve of Shimin Nu's right arm shattered inch by inch, revealing the golden mystical magic illusory armor inside. Although this thing was not as good as the deep-sea Xian clothes, it was still completely invulnerable. Shimin Nu's right arm was strangled, but the sword didn't stop at all, directly stabbing towards Yang Dingtian's right eye. Yang Dingtian's sword turned, like a snake, wrapped around Shimin Nu's right arm, and fiercely stabbed towards the right side of his heart. If Yang Dingtian's eyes were stabbed blind, then Shimin Nu's heart would also be pierced. However, whoever retreated first would lose the battle of swordsmanship. Shimin Nu didn't retreat at all, and the sword in his hand continued to stab towards Yang Dingtian's eyes like lightning. Yang Dingtian also didn't retreat at all, and his sword stabbed towards Shimin Nu's chest. If he didn't retreat, he might be blind or die. If he retreated, he would lose. At this time, everyone present felt extremely regretful. Because Yang Dingtian's sword was not out of the sheath, and Shimin Nu was wearing the mystical magic illusory armor, it was completely impossible to pierce his heart. In everyone's horrified eyes, the two people fought each other crazily. Everyone present didn't expect that the duel between Shimin Nu and Yang Dingtian was actually so naked and so dangerous. And Yen Yen, her delicate body trembled, and she didn't dare to look at it again. Ding! Between lightning and thunder, Shimin Nu's sword directly arrived in front of Yang Dingtian's eyeball. Yang Dingtian's sword stabbed Shimin Nu's chest with incomparable ferocity. In this move, Yang Dingtian won first point. This was because Yang Dingtian had struck Shimin Nu first. However, Shimin Nu sneered in his heart. So what if you have the upper hand? Your sword is not out of the sheath, so it can't pierce my chest. The resentment in Shimin Nu's heart soared to the sky. He puffed out his chest to welcome Yang Dingtian's sword, and the sharp sword in his hand ferociously stabbed into Yang Dingtian's eyeball. This person's pride was fake. Competing in swordsmanship, he clearly already lost. But he wanted to take advantage of Yang Dingtian's sword not being out of the sheath to seize the opportunity to stab Yang Dingtian blind. But immediately after, something happened that made him horrified to the extreme. because Yang Dingtian's sword hilt directly tore apart the mystical magic illusory armor in front of his chest like a hot knife through butter, and directly stabbed into his chest. Although his sword could stab Yang Dingtian blind, his heart would be directly pierced. Yang Dingtian paid an eye, and he had to pay with his life. Ah, bang! Sword light burst forth. Shimin Nu retreated several dozen meters like lightning. Then, only to see the clothes on his chest suddenly disintegrate by 3 inches, revealing the mystical magic illusory armor inside. Immediately after, the mystical magic illusory armor shattered, revealing the chest inside. Finally, a gash appeared on the chest, flowing with bright red blood. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Yang Dingtian's sword was not out of the sheath, and it actually directly pierced through the mystical magic illusory armor. This mystical magic illusory armor was made with bloody black gold and many other kinds of materials. Even if it was the bloody black gold sword, it was also very hard to pierce through at once. But Yang Dingtian's sword sheath actually pierced through this mystical magic illusory armor effortlessly. Immediately, Qin Huayu's expression became incomparably ugly. Because this mystical magic illusory armor was his northwest Qin city's treasure, lent to Shimin Nu. Now, it actually directly pierced a hole in the chest area. That virtually meant that this mystical magic illusory armor was already ruined. Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Nu and smiled faintly. I've already told you that my pig-slaying swordsmanship is the best in the world. You still want to compete with me in swordsmanship? Aren't you looking for trouble? Shimin Nu's expression was incomparably ugly. His gaze was so furious that it was almost distorted. He glared fiercely at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, Swordsmanship is just an unorthodox method. It's not worthy of the Great Hall's elegance. To think that you're so proud of it. Yang Dingtian shook his head and sighed. Originally, he still had some expectations for Shimin Nu. Now, he was really disappointed. His martial arts talent was naturally very high, but he was too narrow-minded. Most importantly, he was vain and insidious. Next, it's a confrontation of blood and fire. It's a real confrontation of celestial qi. Don't even think about taking advantage of it. Shimin Nu sneered. I'd like to see how long you can last in front of me, a 3-star martial venerable. This person's vanity was really to the extreme. At the beginning, it was also because of him that they competed in swordsmanship. Now, he lost in swordsmanship, and said that Yang Dingtian was only taking advantage of it. Shimin Nu held the sword with both hands. Boom! Celestial qi gushed out, and suddenly, the flames burned fiercely. Then, a blue flame sword light rushed into the sky. 10 feet. 15 feet. 30 feet. Shimin Nu's sword light became longer and longer, thicker and thicker, and more astonishing. Finally, it reached a full 300 feet, straight into the sky. That's right, this was the power of a 3-star martial venerable. A terrifying sword light of more than 300 feet, murderous intent soared into the sky. Yang Dingtian, show me your sword light! Shimin Nu laughed. Yang Dingtian held the sword with both hands and suddenly injected celestial qi. Boom! A ball of red flame burned fiercely on the sword. Then, the red sword light rushed into the sky. 50 feet. 10 feet. 15 feet. 19 feet. Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, Yang Dingtian's sword light stopped at 230 feet. 230 feet, it was about the cultivation of an 8-star martial ancestor. Everyone was shocked. Finally, Yang Dingtian revealed his cultivation level. Everyone was shocked. Last year, he was only a 3-star martial artist. Today, he was already a 5-star martial ancestor. How earth-shattering was this cultivation speed! However, many people could not hide their disappointment. They felt that Yang Dingtian could create miracles. Although a 5-star martial ancestor was already very amazing, it was impossible to defeat a 3-star martial venerable. Yang Dingtian still created miracles, but in the end, he did not create a miracle that defied the heavens. He was definitely going to lose this battle. Qin Huayu also smiled. This was very similar to his impression of Yang Dingtian's cultivation. That's right, when he was in the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was a 5-star martial ancestor. 5-star martial ancestor, Yang Dingtian, your cultivation speed is really shocking. Shimin Nu sneered. However, I really admire your courage. You're only a 5-star martial ancestor, and you dare to come to Cloud Sky City to die. Instantly, Shimin Nu was filled with absolute confidence again. A 5-star martial ancestor was 1 stage and 8 levels away from him. He was completely confident that he could kill Yang Dingtian in 1 move. This was because the difference in Xianqi between the two of them was too great. It was at least 10 times. 1 move, just 1 move. Shimin Nu sneered. If I can't kill you in 1 move, it will be my shame. 1 move to kill a clown like you in 1 move! Shimin Nu roared. He suddenly raised his sword and slashed fiercely at Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, a 300-foot-long sword ray fell from the sky. It was like thunder and lightning from the 9 heavens. It slashed at Yang Dingtian with the force of Mount Tai. Kill! Yang Dingtian roared. The sword in his hand met Shimin Nu's sword ray and slashed fiercely. The 200-foot-long sword ray met the 300-foot-long sword ray and went crazy. Boom! There was a loud sound and a burst of terrifying white light. Where the sword rays collided, there was a burst of dazzling light. It was better than the 2 suns in the sky, causing tens of thousands of people to be unable to see anything. Puff! Shimin Nu violently spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew dozens of meters away. Chapter 340. That's right. Shimin Nu was sent flying dozens of meters away as he vomited blood in the air. As for Yang Dingtian, he quickly retreated more than 10 meters. Wherever his feet passed, the hard stone floor was completely shattered. After more than 10 meters, Yang Dingtian's feet fiercely stabbed a foot into the ground, stopping the momentum of his retreat. Pfft! Then, he also spat out a mouthful of blood. But that was all. Bang! Shimin Nu fell from a height of dozens of meters and was about to fall out of the martial arts arena. In the air, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and slashed the air behind him with his palm. Suddenly, a burst of profound chi pushed him forward. Finally, Shimin Nu landed on the stage with great difficulty. Once he left the stage, he would be defeated. After his feet landed on the ground, the hard stone floor shattered. Shimin Nu staggered for a while and spat out another mouthful of blood before standing firm. At this moment, Shimin Ju's eyes revealed a trace of surprise and complicated light. Then, the hand that was tightly clenched in his sleeve loosened slightly. Something continued to circulate in his palm. After seeing this scene, everyone was speechless and shocked speechless. What was going on? What the hell was going on? One was clearly 230 feet long sword light and the other was 300 feet long sword light. The difference was like heaven and earth. Why would Shimin Nu be sent flying dozens of meters like a straw and vomit blood? And Yang Dingtian had only retreated more than 10 meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too inconceivable, too shocking. Everyone's brain almost stopped reacting in an instant. Even Yang Dingtian's personal army did not cheer. After landing, Shimin Nu was completely stunned. Just now, in front of everyone, he proudly said that he would kill Yang Dingtian in 1 move. But now, he was sent flying dozens of meters and vomited blood. His brain instantly felt as if it was struck by lightning. He could not believe that this was reality. He only felt that this was a nightmare. Even his brain had lost its ability to react. Long live! Long live! Long live Yang Dingtian! The cheers in the square woke Shimin Nu up. Endless humiliation, endless embarrassment, and endless pain surged like a tide. Shimin Nu was really going crazy, he was going to collapse. Anger, unwillingness, disbelief, shame, resentment. Countless complex emotions converged into a ball. In the end, it was summed up in 1 sentence. Yang Dingtian, you cheated! You spy of evil ways, you cheated! Shimin Nu madly roared hysterically. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Everyone present was stunned. Even Yang Yen, Qin Huaiyu, and the others were stunned. This Shimin knew was too shameless. Since he couldn't beat the other party, he immediately accused the other party of cheating. Just now, it was the most blatant competition of profound qi. There was no falsehood, and there was no cheating. He, Yang Dingtian, couldn't bear the result of failure, and actually slandered Yang Dingtian for cheating. This person truly couldn't be seen unless it was a critical moment. Shimin Nu had always been proud and callous, but unexpectedly he was this kind of trash. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't cheat. He also didn't divert his attention to using Yang Qi transformation technique. The reason for this result was entirely because of two reasons. The first reason was his soul sword, a soul sword that was almost heaven-defying. A full 1.5 times increase in profound qi directly multiplied the energy of Yang Dingtian's 1-star profound qi, and after that, it was almost the same as Shimin Nu's profound qi attack. In addition, the profound qi contained the energy of the profound fire, so it created such a shocking attack effect. The second reason was because of his terrifying 9 yang profound veins, and after the baptism of Naga's purple profound veins, the resistance of his profound veins far surpassed Shimin Nu's. Therefore, the same level of energy, Shimin Nu violently vomited blood and flew dozens of meters away. And Yang Dingtian only retreated dozens of meters and vomited blood. "You cheated, Yang Dingtian, you dog of evil ways!" Shimin Nu roared. "Tell me your reason," Yang Dingtian said. "You obviously only have a sword light of 230 feet. You are obviously a 5-star martial great master. How can you defeat me, a 3-star martial revered martial artist with a sword light of 380 feet? Shimin Nu said sternly. Yang Dingtian disdainfully smiled and said, "Shimin Nu, sword light is the same as a man's thing. After reaching a certain level, it's not better to be longer. The thickness is also very important." Then Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "You want to be longer, right?" Boom! After saying that, Yang Dingtian clenched his hands. Suddenly, a ball of flame soared into the sky. A red sword light pierced the sky. The sword light became longer and longer. More than 200 feet, more than 300 feet. Finally, under everyone's shocked gaze, the sword light became longer and longer. 310 feet! 320 feet! 330 feet! 340 feet! 350 feet! Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yang Dingtian's 350 feet sword light pierced the sky. There were tens of thousands of people in the square, but it was as silent as death. Many people even instinctively held their breaths. What did a 350 feet sword light mean? It meant that he was a revered martial artist. Yang Dingtian was only 21 years old this year. Moreover, he had only started practicing martial arts for less than 2 years and had directly become a revered martial artist. This was too earth-shattering, too shocking. After a moment of silence, the square was set off by a stormy wave of cheers. Countless martial artists stood up, waving their arms and shouting, "Long live Yang Dingtian! Long live the Cloud Sky City Governor! Long live Yang Dingtian!" The cheers were different from before. Previously, they were just supporting him. Now, they were completely fanatical fanaticism. A revered martial artist could already be ranked at the top of this world's young experts. Even in Cloud Sky City, there were not more than a few people who had surpassed the revered martial artist level. In just over a year, Yang Dingtian had broken through from a Xian martial artist to a revered martial artist. This was no longer a miracle, it was a complete miracle. At this moment, Yang Dingtian could be said to have conquered everyone present. Yang Yen, Shimin Zhu, and Qin Huayu's expressions had always been cold with a hint of disdain. Now, for the first time, they were incomparably dignified and shocked. Qin Huayu was very clear about Yang Dingtian's cultivation. 20 days ago, he was only a 5-star martial ancestor. Now, he had directly broken through to the revered martial artist level. Qin Huaiyu felt waves of coldness in his heart. He had received an unprecedented shock. In the past, he had always looked down on Yang Ditian from a lofty position. Suddenly, he had directly rushed to his side. He was already at the revered martial artist level like him. Instantly, Qin Huaiyu and Yang Yan looked at each other, both immediately understanding each other's intentions. Today, no matter what, they had to kill Yang Dingtian. Otherwise, in the future, they did not dare to imagine how shocking Yang Dingtian's cultivation would be. At that time, it would be the doomsday of all Yang Dingtian's enemies. Seeing Yang Dingtian directly burst out a 35 zhang sword light, Shimin Nu's eyes instantly widened to the maximum. His entire spirit, his entire will, was completely collapsing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, his pride was completely like a castle on the beach. After being washed by the waves, it instantly turned into a pile of sand. Seeing Shimin Nu like this, Yang Yan suddenly shouted, "Shimin Nu, don't be unreasonable. You know what you should do?" After being shouted by Yang Yan, Shimin Nu's gaze gradually condensed again, his spirit sobering up again. Then, the expression on his face gradually became gloomy and cold. His gaze condensed bone-piercing hatred, incomparable determination, extreme resentment, and absolute killing intent. "Yang Dingtian, you've destroyed everything for me. Now it's my turn. Come with me to see my foster father," Shimin Nu said indifferently. Huff! A flame emerged from his palm. "You're a top genius, I've never seen it before. But to be able to destroy a genius like you, I'm very happy." Ayo! A black flame suddenly flew out from Shimin Nu's body. It was a black flame phoenix. This was his martial spirit. 9th grade demon beast, Black Sky Phoenix, was equivalent to a Grandmaster level powerhouse. Of course, after refining the martial spirit, the highest combat power could only be equal to the master. Huff! Ayo! Shimin Nu looked up to the sky and roared. In an instant, his body suddenly rose. Higher and higher, higher and higher, finally more than 3 meters tall. The black muscles completely burst the epidermis. Mystic veins swelled twice as large, exposed to the air. All the muscles in his body split open, muscles swelled, tendons swelled, and black and red blood dripped all over the ground. Shimin Nu, from a handsome young master, turned into a ferocious and terrifying devil. Immediately after, a black and red flame suddenly burned from Shimin Nu's body. This was the 8th grade superior profound skill, Netherworld Absolute Fire. The flame was getting higher and higher, darker and darker, deeper and deeper. "Yang Dingtian, I don't want my profound qi, I don't want my qi si, I don't want my martial spirit, I don't want it. I only want one thing, and that is to perish together with you." In the crazy roar, the energy in Shimin Nu's body condensed, becoming stronger and more terrifying. His profound qi's energy suddenly multiplied. His martial spirit condensed. His netherworld absolute fire condensed. 3 incomparably powerful forces condensed together, instantly increasing his combat power by several times. Shimin Nu's evil technique was completely to dissolve his own qi si, turning it into an endless stream of profound qi, igniting it with the netherworld absolute fire, condensing the black fire phoenix, condensing the final devil attack. Everyone was surprised at first, and finally angry. "Shameless! This is evil technique! This is evil technique!" Everyone roared. Li Gainom, Shimin Lai, and Mrs. Shimin were about to rush out from their seats. Yang Yan's eyes were ferocious, and he roared. "Evil ways, Shimin Nu, using evil techniques, immediately execute him!" Then Yang Yan and the rest flew out. On the surface, it looked like they were going to execute Yang Dingtian, but in fact, they were blocking Shimin Lai, Mrs. Shimin, and Li Gainom, to buy time for Shimin Nu to kill Yang Dingtian. Shameless! Tens of thousands of people roared, and they were about to rush up the stage. "Too late! It's already too late! You're dead! You're dead!" Shimin Nu laughed crazily, and his whole body turned into a black flame, rushing towards Yang Dingtian. This was his fatal attack, The devil attack condensed from his martial spirit, chi si, and netherworld absolute fire. Wherever the black flame passed, everything was destroyed. This incomparably terrifying power was almost enough to destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 341. At this moment, Shimin Nu was no longer a martial artist, nor was he a living being. At this moment, he was just a human bomb. Even if Yang Dingtian tore him into pieces, he would not be able to stop him from exploding. What was even more frightening was that even if Yang Dingtian wanted to escape, it was too late. Because Shimin Nu's speed was extremely fast, far faster than Yang Dingtian. And even if he escaped and left the arena, he would be considered to have lost. Even if Shimin Nu died immediately, it would not change the fact that Yang Dingtian had lost. At that time, Yang Dingtian would not be able to ascend to the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord with the most arrogant attitude. Seeing the burning Shimin Nu shooting over like a missile. Fight! Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth. Holding the sword with both hands, he stabbed it into the ground. Boom! A golden light flashed. Immediately, with the sword as the center, the ground within 100 meters turned into powder. A surge of energy suddenly surged up. Then, a ball of burning flame suddenly emerged from Yang Dingtian. The bright red flame seeped with a domineering golden color. In an instant, the burning mystic fire enveloped Yang Dingtian and protected him. That's right, an energy shield formed by the mystic fire. Whether it could block Shimin Nu's fatal blow, Yang Dingtian did not know. Anyway, according to his current cultivation, it was really impossible to block this fatal blow. But fight! That's right, fight! Shimin Nu turned into a raging flame and stopped in an instant. All of his mystic chi, martial spirit, mystic skill, and life condensed into a final blow, fiercely smashed towards Yang Dingtian. Boom! A loud sound echoed. An earth-shattering explosion, the entire square lit up with an astonishing light. It was like the white light of a nuclear explosion. Then, a huge wave of energy swept over crazily. The raging flame continued to expand and sweep out. The hard ground and huge rocks were all sent flying into the sky and then directly crushed into powder. The hundreds of martial artists closest to them were directly blown into the air. Blood spurted wildly and they fell to the ground. Everyone present cried out in shock. Shimin Nu's final fatal blow was actually so astonishing. In an instant, the square was in chaos. All the martial warriors who were near the martial arts arena channeled their profound chi to resist the powerful impact of the energy. However, no one left. Everyone stretched their necks and looked at the battle arena that was enveloped in raging flames. Of course, no one cared about Shimin Nu's life or death. Everyone only cared about Yang Dingtian. What happened to Yang Dingtian? At the moment of the explosion, Yanyan's beautiful eyes were temporarily blinded, and she couldn't see anything. His mind instantly entered nothingness, and all his thoughts came to a halt. It was as if the entire world had sunk into complete darkness, as if it was the end of the world. After a long time, the flames dissipated. The entire martial arts arena was already blood-red. The hard ground was now completely red from the heat. As far as the eye could see, everything was a terrifying red color, emitting an astonishing amount of heat. Even if one were to just get close, they might be burned to a crisp. In the middle of the martial arts arena, there was no sign of Yang Dingtian. Yanyan's delicate body trembled. She didn't even feel sad anymore. She only felt that the surrounding world was collapsing piece by piece. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed. After landing, Shimin Lai, Li Gainong, and the rest looked at the red martial arts arena. The blood in their bodies began to boil, and endless hatred began to surge. The murderous aura in their eyes soared to the sky. Without any shouts, Li Gainong, Shimin Lai, Madame Shimin, and the rest drew their swords. Close to 2,000 black blood cavalry in the square drew their swords. All the troops under Yang Dingtian's command all drew their swords. There were no shouts, no roars. At this moment, everyone only had one thought. Kill! 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 Kill Yang Yan, kill Shimin Ju, kill Tang Buijiao. Kill all the shameless enemies and chop them into pieces to seek justice for Yang Dingtian. In the beginning, Qin Huayu, Yang Yan, and the rest revealed complacent sneers on their faces. Yang Dingtian was finally dead. This genius who had risen crazily was finally finished. However, when he saw the thousands of angry people drawing their swords, Yang Yan's expression changed slightly. He said sternly, "All members of the Tiando League, are you rebelling? Could it be that you want your 9 generations to be killed?" When he said this, the thousands of troops didn't put away their swords. Instead, thousands of people drew their swords and glared at the VIP seats and the Elders Guild. Moreover, these were all young warriors of Cloud Sky City. They weren't Yang Dingtian's troops. Yang Yan's expression changed. Yang Dingtian violated the rules of the martial arts competition. We will definitely punish him severely. However, since Yang Dingtian is dead, we, the Elders Guild, can discuss and confer Yang Dingtian the title of Cloud Sky City's Deputy City Lord. Yang Yan's words could be considered as winning the hearts of the people. It would have been better if he didn't say this. Once he said it, thousands of people drew their swords and coldly looked at everyone in the VIP seats. Then, the sound of swords being drawn rose and fell. Thousands of people all drew their swords and looked at Yang Yan and the Tiando League with incomparable anger and hatred. The thousands of swords formed a steel forest, making people feel intimidated. In fact, more than half of these martial artists had nothing to do with Cloud Heaven City. They were doing this because they worshipped Yang Dingtian and supported him. Now that Yang Dingtian was killed, they wanted to use their swords to seek justice. They were so hot-blooded that they even turned a deaf ear to the elders and sect masters' angry rebuke. Immediately, the Tianfeng Pavilion Master and Qin Huayu's expressions became extremely ugly. The current situation was really troublesome. Although these thousands of people were all basic warriors, they couldn't directly suppress them. However, he couldn't just use force to suppress them. If he did that, it would be a huge matter for the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The Tianfeng Pavilion Master slowly walked out and said loudly, "Everyone, put down your weapons. We will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. In the end, no matter who is involved, no matter how high their status is, no matter how strong their cultivation is, the Tiando League will punish them with blood. Please believe in the Tiando League Northwest Branch." Before the Tianfeng Pavilion Master could finish her words, "Kill!" Shimin Lai raised his giant sword and roared, "Kill!" Thousands of people roared and raised their swords. Their killing intent soared into the sky. Then, thousands of warriors raised their swords and slowly advanced. Although they weren't fast, they were extremely determined. The Tianfeng Pavilion Master's face turned cold and said coldly, "You're courting death." After saying that, she waved her hand. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, the black mass of soldiers on the city walls stood up and raised thousands of energy crossbows. Outside the city, thousands of horses galloped and rumbled. Countless cavalry rushed into the city gates like a tide. In the sky, countless flying mounts screamed. Countless flying mounts almost covered the sky. "You don't want face," the Tianfeng Pavilion Master said coldly. She was a woman who had always been tough and cold. In an instant, countless powerful armed forces rushed into Cloud Sky City and surrounded the thousands of warriors who were trying to riot. If they attacked, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Suddenly, half of the warriors began to retreat. They hesitantly withdrew their weapons and returned to their original positions. Their hearts were filled with fear, shame, and anger. However, there were still thousands of warriors who slowly and firmly stepped forward. It looked like a battle was about to begin. Both sides were on the verge of breaking out. Bang! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the square. Then countless red stones flew out, revealing a human figure. It was Yang Dingtian. He was half squatting in the battle arena and his body was covered in wounds. He didn't die. It was just that his entire body was covered in burning red lava. Yang Dingtian didn't die. He actually didn't die. With a slight shake, the golden flame on his body gradually faded. Yang Dingtian stood up straight. Long live! Long live! Suddenly, countless people shouted in ecstasy. Their voices filled the sky. Long live! Long live! Countless people were ecstatic. Countless people were excited. Whether they knew each other or not, they slapped the treasured swords in their hands. Yan Yan, who was in ecstasy, fainted on the ground. Mu Lianyi, who was beside her, was in ecstasy. She felt that her limbs didn't have any strength. Seeing Yan Yan faint, she wanted to help her up but realized that she couldn't even do that. Bang! Another explosion sounded. Bright red lava shot out in all directions. A straight figure stood on the martial arts field. Different from Yang Ditian, this person stood straight. There were no wounds on his body, no bloodstains, and even his long robe wasn't damaged. It was fluttering in the wind. His expression was still cold and indifferent. It was Shimin-ju. Everyone cried out in surprise. When did he go to the battle arena? It was certain that he didn't just go there. He went there when Shimin-nu exploded. Otherwise, his entire body wouldn't be covered in red lava. Why was he there? Perhaps it wasn't important. But the important thing was that he appeared at the scene of the explosion. Yang Dingtian was covered in wounds, but he wasn't injured at all. Even his hair wasn't messed up. Even though he wasn't directly hit by Shimin-nu's explosion, he was very close to it. The energy attack he received was also very shocking. However, not only was he not injured in the slightest, not a single strand of his hair was out of place. This was too shocking. What level had his cultivation reached? I originally wanted to stop Shimin-nu from doing something stupid, but I didn't expect that it was still too late. Shimin-ju said indifferently, "He is really too stupid. In order to kill you, he ruined his reputation and died on the spot. It's really not worth it. You weren't going to live in the first place. What's the difference if you die in his hands or mine?" Sighing softly, Shimin-ju slowly drew out his sharp sword and said, "But since you are here, then let's fight." Just now, Shimin-nu was acting cool to the extreme. Almost everyone present was booing him. However, Shimin-ju's casual tone made people feel a sense of dread. It was a mysterious and terrifying feeling. Everyone just stared at Shimin-ju and didn't make any sound. "Oh, right," Shimin-ju suddenly said. "You have fought 2 rounds in a row and consumed a lot of your mystic chi. I will let you recover first. I will wait for you. Before the sun sets, we'll fight again when you're fully recovered." After saying that, he also sat down cross-legged on the scorching red ground. Of course, he was just resting with his eyes closed. Chapter 342. Shimin-ju was slightly younger than Shimin-lai. He was already 30 years old this year. Shimin-nu had always pretended to be arrogant and callous, while Shimin-ju was completely mysterious. No one knew exactly how strong he was, but almost everyone was certain that he was definitely stronger than Shimin-lai. Previously, Shimin-lai's cultivation had surpassed Shimin-nu's. But in the recent year, Shimin-lai had always been leading his troops to wander about. He was mentally and physically exhausted. Not only did his cultivation not improve, it even regressed. Hence, he was overtaken by Shimin-nu. And Shimin-ju's cultivation had always been stronger than Shimin-lai's. But every time they sparred, Shimin-ju would purposely yield. He was never willing to take the limelight. In the entire Cloud Heaven City, perhaps only Shimin-wuya knew about Shimin-ju's cultivation. But now that Shimin-wuya was no longer around, no one knew about Shimin-ju's cultivation. Yang Dingtian also sat down cross-legged on the scorching hot ground and started to recover his battle mystic chi. Instantly, the battle arena was silent. Yang Dingtian and Shimin-ju were facing each other with a distance of over 10 meters as they sat cross-legged on the ground. As for Shimin-nu, he had long been smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. Just now, to resist Shimin-nu's fatal blow, Yang Dingtian had exhausted all of his mystic chi. Shimin Nu's final blow was simply too astonishing. Yang Dingtian didn't have the slightest confidence that he would be able to block this terrifying attack. In reality, if it was just purely based on his cultivation, he would definitely not be able to block it. The only result was his body being smashed into pieces. But Naga royalty's mystic chi mixed with mystic fire was simply too heaven-defying. It formed an energy light shield and blocked Shimin Nu's destructive explosion. But in the end, he still could not block it. In the end, what allowed Yang Dingtian to avoid the fate of being smashed into pieces was his treasure sword, his heaven-defying soul sword. Previously, it was only Ah Chao's youngling sword. After that, it could devour the enemy's self-destruction damage. Now that it had become a genuine soul sword, the amount of energy it could devour naturally increased exponentially. Furthermore, this kind of pure and direct explosion energy was just nice for the soul sword to devour. However, even if he had the heaven-defying soul sword, he still had the heaven-defying obsidian flame. Yang Dingtian still suffered a huge impact. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his body was riddled with wounds. And the opponent he was about to face was Shimin Ju, who was even more powerful than Shimin Nu. Most importantly, compared to Shimin Nu, Shimin Ju was more than 10 times calmer and wiser. The battle between Shimin Nu and Yang Dingtian just now was completely him courting death. As a 3-star martial saint, Shimin Nu was 2 grades higher than Yang Dingtian. Even though the final result of the competition was still Yang Dingtian's victory, Shimin Nu was still a 3-star martial saint. However, Yang Dingtian would also have a hard time winning. This was because the difference in cultivation between martial honorables and above was like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, even though Shimin Nu would still lose in the end, it would definitely not be that ugly, and he would definitely not die a violent death. As long as he competed normally, as long as he didn't play so much. This proud and superficial thing wanted to completely trample Yang Dingtian under his feet. He was playing too much. From the start, there was no need for him to compete with Yang Dingtian in sword skills. It was foolish. So much so that after he lost in sword techniques, he felt ashamed and impatient. After that, he competed with Yang Dingtian in sword souls. Although he lost slightly, it was only a slight loss. Yang Dingtian was also pushed back by over 10 meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, just like that, Shimin Nu felt that he had lost all his face and became completely crazy. He completely lost his mind and directly chose to die together with Yang Dingtian. Therefore, he was completely courting death. Not only did he die a violent death, but he also completely lost his reputation and became a synonym for shame. However, Shimin Ju was absolutely calm and deep to the point that it was frightening. This person's intelligence and viciousness were completely unimaginable. At that time, Qin Xiaobai was so cunning that he was directly played by Shimin Ju. Old thief Yang Yan was so cunning, but he was still used by Shimin Ju. In the end, Shimin Ju overturned him and became the person with the highest authority in Cloud Heaven City. It could be said that in the great battle a year and a half ago, Shimin Ju was the only victor. The others, whether it was Shimin Lai, Yang Dingtian, Yang Yan, or Northwest Qin City, all lost miserably. Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin were expelled. Yang Dingtian's life and death were unknown. Qin Xiaobai died a violent death. Northwest Qin City's arm that extended to Cloud Heaven City was directly cut off. They had no choice but to marry Shimin Ju and win him over. They also supported him as the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. Shimin Ju completely used Yang Dingtian to cripple Qin Xiaobai and make himself the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. Qin Xiaobai was already cunning and vicious enough, but in front of Shimin Ju, he was completely like a pure child. Without a doubt, this Shimin Ju was completely the most venomous snake. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes. His battle mystic chi had recovered. Furthermore, he took out a small sacred water elixir and consumed it to recover his injuries. After all, in front of him was the most dangerous enemy. He couldn't be careless at all. Slightly circulating his mystic chi, Yang Dingtian's brows furrowed slightly. The situation was slightly bad. His mystic chi flow was slightly sluggish. Although the sacred water was incomparably mysterious and had the ability to revive the dead, it still required time. But first, he needed time. Currently, Yang Dingtian's injuries might not be a big problem, but his cultivation was still slightly damaged. This way, it would be extremely disadvantageous to fight Shimin Ju. One had to know that Shimin Ju was today's strongest enemy. He was also the most important enemy, and also the final enemy. Only by defeating Shimin Ju could he become the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian stood up. Your mystic chi has recovered? Shimin Ju asked indifferently. Yang Dingtian nodded. Do you want to fight with me? Draw your sword? Shimin Ju asked. Of course. Yang Dingtian replied. Swish! Yang Dingtian suddenly pulled out his sword. Suddenly, a golden light shone. Instantly, everyone narrowed their eyes. What kind of sword was that? It was actually so gorgeous, so noble, so domineering, and so sharp? He had never seen or heard of such a treasure sword before. Everyone present had seen fire-like swords, and they had also seen water-like swords. However, Yang Dingtian's sword was like light. It was so gorgeous that it seemed fake. Wow! Finally, countless people exclaimed in admiration. As for Qin Huaiyu, Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master, and everyone else, their eyes were bursting with incomparable jealousy. The tens of thousands of warriors present could only see the surface. They could only see that this sword was very gorgeous and beautiful. As for the experts present, they could see how astonishing the power of Yang Dingtian's sword was. At this moment, Qin Huaiyu was really about to vomit blood from jealousy. Good sword! I've never seen or heard of it before! Shimin Ju exclaimed in admiration. His attitude was very calm, and there was even a light of amazement in his eyes, and not naked jealousy. This person was really too dangerous. He had almost completely covered up his instinctive emotions. Directly compete with mystic skills? How about it? Shimin Ju suddenly said. Continue to fight until one of them falls. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. This person was so cunning. When he saw Yang Dingtian's heaven-defying sword, he immediately dodged. Firstly, he would definitely not compete with Yang Dingtian in swordsmanship. Secondly, they had to avoid coming into contact with Yang Dingtian's artifact sword. Anyone could see that Yang Dingtian's artifact sword was too sharp. Shimin Ju's suggestion directly suppressed Yang Dingtian's heaven-defying soul sword to the greatest extent. Mystic skills were completely a competition of mystic chi cultivation. Even if Yang Dingtian possessed the heaven-defying soul sword, the mystic chi cultivation he released was only equivalent to intermediate 2-star martial revered. Before we begin, can I ask what your cultivation is? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Ju said. Around 5-star martial revered. Immediately, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. This Shimin Ju had silently broken through to 5-star martial revered. 5-star martial revered was about the same as Song Yu. Previously in the Netherworld Sea, if they did not compete with mystic fire, Yang Dingtian would not have any hope of winning. Furthermore, even if they competed with mystic fire, Yang Dingtian had to fight to survive and burn his chi to obtain victory. At that time, if it was purely a competition of mystic skills, Yang Dingtian would not have any chance of winning. And now, Shimin Ju proposed to compete with mystic skills. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and nodded. All right, let's compete with mystic skills. Chapter 343. Yang Dingtian only knew 2 mystic skills. One was the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber Art, and the other was the Lightning Attribute Mystic Skill, Devil Sky Split. Using a Lightning Attribute Mystic Skill in this situation was simply courting death. Therefore, he could only use the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber Art. Shimin Ju said indifferently. The mystic skill I am going to use is the Heaven and Earth Extinction Record. When he said this, most people didn't feel anything, but a few people couldn't help but take in a cold breath. Heaven and Earth Extinction Record. The rarely seen 8th grade superior mystic skill. The first time it was discovered was over 100 years ago. For this mystic skill, secret skill, countless people had died in the world. At least 3 sects had been annihilated. Following the annihilation of Fiery Flame City, no one knew where this mystic skill's secret skill was. Unexpectedly, it had fallen into Shiminju's hands? The Taekwondo League members present were astonished and puzzled. This Heaven and Earth Extinction Record had completely disappeared 80 years ago. At that time, Shiminju's father wasn't even born yet. How could this superior 8th grade mystic skill's secret skill be in Shiminju's hands? However, it wasn't important how this secret skill landed in Shiminju's hands. What was important was that he had already learned the Heaven and Earth Extinction Record. Yang Dingtian's Devil Flame Saber art was at the 8th grade elementary level. Even so, it had caused a huge commotion in the world's largest auction. One had to pay an astronomical price to obtain it. Then, how powerful was Shiminju's Heaven and Earth Extinction Record? Shiminju slowly raised his sharp sword and said, "This mystic skill of mine has a total of 3 moves. The first move, Heaven and Earth. The second move, Extinction. The third move, Heaven and Earth Extinction. I will use it according to the order. You have to be prepared." He actually said everything about how he was going to fight, but no one would say that he was stupid. They would only be sure that he already had a card up his sleeve. Originally, Yang Dingtian should have said the name of his mystic skill. However, once he said the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art, his fake identity would be exposed. Of course, Qin Huayu and the rest already knew about it. However, if Yang Dingtian took the initiative to expose himself, it would bring about huge trouble in the future. I used an 8th rank profound skill, Inferno Wild Blade. It also has 3 moves. Yang Dingtian had changed the name of the Devil Flame Saber art to the Inferno Wild Saber. Although this was akin to deceiving oneself, it was very important in this situation. "Alright, then let's decide the victor in 3 moves," Shiminju said. "It's getting late, let's begin." After that, Shiminju slowly closed his eyes and started to circulate his profound energy to prepare the first move of his combat skill. Yang Dingtian also slowly closed his eyes and circulated his xianqi, preparing the first move of the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. "Master, do you know about the Heaven and Earth Extermination Record?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I know," Dongfang Minmi said. "It is the most mysterious and most famous mystical skill manual in the last 100 years. Because of it, at least tens of thousands of people have died." "How powerful is he?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Extremely powerful," Dongfang Minmi said. "A mere superior 8th level mystical skill manual may not be the best in the world. However, the uniqueness of this manual is almost rare in the world." "What uniqueness?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Then I don't know. I have only heard of it from my ancestors," Dongfang Minmi said. "In fact, even I am very astonished now. This Shiminju might be cunning and profound, which is rare in the world. However, a rare mystical skill manual like the Heaven and Earth Extermination Record should not appear in his hands. It is really strange." Even Master did not know how powerful this manual was. It seemed like it was really troublesome. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian blocked off all his complicated thoughts, circulating his xianqi to the extreme, preparing the first move of the Devil Flame Saber art, Blazing Manic Saber. Soon, the Blazing Manic Saber was completely prepared. The xianqi in his entire body circulated rapidly, and circulated in his xian meridians faster and faster. Yang Dingtian's entire body was getting redder and redder, and hotter and hotter. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's entire body was completely red, as though he was a red-hot Iron Man. The Blazing Manic Saber was circulated to the extreme. The soul sword in Yang Dingtian's hand slashed fiercely. Boom! A huge flaming saber that was dozens of meters long slashed down towards Shiminju's head. From the looks of it, the mystical skill and sword being did not seem to have any difference other than their outer appearance. Of course, it was not like that. The energy of the sword beam was uniform and fixed, while the energy of the blazing manic saber that burst out from the mystical skill was circulating. Even the attack attribute and the strength of the energy in each area were different. In short, the energy effect of the mystical skill's attack was extremely complicated. Therefore, its destructive power far surpassed the Xianqi sword beam. The blazing manic saber that was dozens of meters long descended from the sky and slashed towards Shiminju. This blazing manic saber was like a giant burning red blade. Even from a few hundred meters away, one could feel the extremely terrifying killing intent. This move of Xianqi was undoubtedly domineering and had an astonishing killing intent. Everyone present was overwhelmed with emotions as their admiration deepened. As for Shiminju, his eyes were still closed as if he had completely ignored the blazing manic saber that was slashing down from Yang Dingtian. Everyone was shocked. Even if Shiminju was powerful, even if Shiminju was a 5-star revered martial artist, facing the full force attack of a revered martial artist and still standing there motionlessly was too pretentious. Even if you were a 5-star revered martial artist, you would still be injured. In the blink of an eye, the blazing manic saber was above Shiminju's head. Shiminju made his move. Universe Extermination Record's first move, Universe. His wrist turned slightly, and the sharp sword in his hand trembled slightly. That was all. There was no light, no terrifying energy. It was as if nothing had happened. There was no stunning effect at all. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. This was the legendary upper-grade 8th grade mystical skill, Universe Extermination Record? It should not be. It was too weak and too ordinary. They did not see anything. But immediately after, everyone was stunned. Because the blazing manic saber that was dozens of meters long that Yang Dingtian was slashing towards Shiminju's head had actually stopped above his head. Then, it suddenly changed direction and slashed towards Yang Dingtian with incomparable ferocity. How could this be? How could this be? Yang Dingtian looked at the incomparably ferocious blazing manic saber that was slashing towards him. That was the blazing manic saber that he had unleashed. Instead of attacking Shiminju, it had turned around and attacked him. But soon, everyone present understood the meaning of Universe Extermination Record. First move, Universe. It was the reversal of Universe. It was somewhat similar to the Universe shift in Jin Yong's novel, Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber. However, the Universe shift was only the return and reversal of a move on the surface. This Universe Extermination Record actually reversed a mystical skill's attack. This was simply too shocking. In a real mystical skill battle, wouldn't a person who knew Universe Extermination Record be in an invincible position? Because the opponent could not attack him, while he could effortlessly reverse the opponent's mystical skill attack and hit his own body. There was no time to think so much. The most important thing now was how Yang Dingtian was going to deal with the counterattack of his blazing manic saber. Circulating his mystical qi, his left hand circulated the yin-yang qi transformation technique. He brandished the sword in his right hand to form a mystical fire energy shield. Then, he suddenly bent his body to receive the incoming blazing manic saber. As for Shiminju, he did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He only looked at Yang Dingtian with disdain. Boom! The incomparably savage blazing manic saber ruthlessly chopped down on Yang Dingtian's head. A portion of it was dissolved by Yang Dingtian using yin-yang qi transformation technique. A portion of it was blocked by the mystical fire energy shield. But there was still a portion that ruthlessly chopped down on Yang Dingtian's body. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and the earth shook violently. A few hundred meters of the ground was cleaved open, forming a crack that was more than 10 meters deep. Pff! Yang Dingtian violently vomited blood. His body flew out dozens of meters and was about to fly out of the martial arts arena. Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth. With a backhand strike, he used his mystical qi to push himself back into the martial arts arena. After landing, he used his sword to support himself and vomited another mouthful of blood. In the first move, Yang Dingtian was completely defeated. The tens of thousands of people present had an incomparably solemn expression. It was everyone's expression that had turned solemn. Not only Yang Dingtian's supporters, but there were also Yang Dingtian's enemies, including Qin Huaiyu and Yang Dingtian. Their expressions also turned unsightly. Because Shimin Ju's universe extermination record was too heaven-defying, too shocking. Furthermore, Shimin Ju had never revealed a single move before. Only until today's City Lord battle did he use this heaven-defying mystical skill. It could be seen how deep his scheming was and how big his scheme was. What the Northwest Qin clan wanted was a puppet City Lord. Therefore, Qin Huaqiu did not hesitate to marry his most gentle daughter to Shimin Ju. But this Shimin Ju seemed to be even more dangerous than Yang Dingtian in terms of scheming. Purely scheming, purely cunning, Yang Yan was definitely not his match. The tens of thousands of people present stared blankly at Shimin Ju. They did not make a single sound. This mystical skill was too heaven-defying. They had never seen or heard of it before. No wonder this was the most famous mystical skill in the past 100 years. No wonder thousands of people died for this mystical skill and 3 sects were exterminated. "Are you feeling better?" Shimin Ju said indifferently. "I don't mind you resting for a while more. But the sun is going to set soon. Once the sun sets, the battle will be over." Yang Dingtian consumed an 8th-grade Holy Spirit pill and slightly recovered from his injuries. The flaming wild saber that he executed with all his might was simply too powerful. Furthermore, with the addition of the soul sword, even he could not withstand the attack power. Shimin Ju's goddamn universe extermination record made Yang Dingtian's mystical skill attack stronger, the more disadvantageous it was for him. "All right, prepare the second move," Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Ju nodded and continued to close his eyes. His expression was indifferent and played down the situation. Yang Dingtian also closed his eyes and started to circulate his mystical qi to prepare the second move, Serial 9-Ring Saber. As he was preparing, he was thinking of how to deal with Shimin Ju's heaven-defying mystical skill. The first move, Universe, was already so astonishing. It directly reversed Yang Dingtian's mystical skill. Then the second move, Extermination, would definitely be more powerful than the first move. What kind of effect would it have? Everyone present was filled with fear and anticipation at the same time. Chapter 344. Master, the first move, Universe, was so astonishing. What do you think the second move, Extermination, will be like? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't dare to say, Dongfang Minli said. But it will definitely not be a reversal of the move. It should be an even more astonishing and direct attack method. Yang Dingtian was really in a dilemma. Originally, when fighting with others, the stronger the better. But after the other party had such a heaven-defying mystic skill, the stronger the mystic skill Yang Dingtian used, the stronger the attack he received. It was like punching a spring. The amount of strength that was used would be the amount of strength that was used. Perhaps, after using this method, Shimin Ju would not be able to reverse his attack. Using the billions of resentful spirits in the million spirit demon fire. In the second move, Lotus 9-Ringed Saber, a large amount of mystic fire energy would be used and countless resentful spirits would be filled within. This way, Yang Dingtian could directly control the mystic skill that was used and could retract it as he wished. This way, even if Shimin Ju could reverse his attack, he would not be able to match the mental strength of billions of resentful spirits. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and circulated his mystic qi to the extreme. Subsequently, he forced the mystic flame into every mystic skill's energy. He condensed all the resentful spirits and permeated them into the revolving Lotus 9-Ringed Saber. Huff! Yang Dingtian's entire body turned red again, as though he was completely burned red. His golden soul sword became brighter and brighter until it was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Boom! Yang Dingtian's body trembled. An incomparably powerful energy burst out ferociously and drilled into the soul sword from his mystic meridians. Then, another soul sword burst out towards Shimin Ju. 9 energy lotuses bloomed in the air and rapidly rotated. Swish, 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 swish. Countless petals shot out from the flowers and flew towards Shiminju. Countless red lotus petals, energy lotus blades that were permeated with mystic fire, resentful spirits, and mystic skill energy, smashed towards Shiminju like a torrential storm. The entire effect was incomparably breathtaking and gorgeous. It was as though the sky was filled with a rain of flowers. Every petal was incomparably beautiful. The tens of thousands of people present could not help but exclaim in admiration as they looked up. Shiminju looked at the rain of flowers that covered a few hundred meters above his head and smiled faintly. The sharp sword in his hand trembled slightly. Universe Extermination Record Second Move, Extermination! Shiminju's second move was finished, but still, nothing happened. There was still no gorgeous scene, and there was still no beautiful effect. However, everyone held their breaths, waiting for a miracle to happen. It was as if nothing had happened. The countless lotus petals did not turn around and attack Yang Dingtian. However, just when everyone was puzzled, the countless lotus petals in the sky suddenly became chaotic and uncontrollable. Yang Dingtian hurriedly controlled the countless wraiths to prevent the energy lotus blades in the sky from going out of control. But at this time, the rain of flowers in the sky began to tremble violently and sway violently. Then, it suddenly exploded. Countless flower petals exploded in the sky. Instantly, a few hundred meters of the sky was completely covered by the red light. After the countless petals exploded, they turned into a dazzling radiance that became even more gorgeous, like the most beautiful fireworks. However, under this gorgeous scene, there was a naked slaughter. The countless energy petals began to heat up and tremble internally before finally exploding. The energy of the final explosion had completely exceeded the energy of all the energy petals added together. Everywhere the light of the explosion covered, everything turned into dust. Everything was destroyed. Everything within a few hundred meters of the sky was smashed into pieces. This was Universe Extermination Record's second move, Extermination. No wonder it was called Extermination. Because within a few hundred meters, everything was exterminated. The red radiance gradually dissipated. Everyone was shocked to discover that the battle arena had completely disappeared. Everything had turned into dust and was completely blasted to the ground. However, no one had time to look at the battle arena's traces. Everyone's eyes were looking for Yang Dingtian's traces. Yang Dingtian was still there. He was still half squatting in the dust. Almost half of his body was buried by the dust. With a slight shake, the radiance on his body dissipated, revealing his bloody body. At this time, there was almost no intact flesh on Yang Dingtian's body. Every place was covered in blood and wounds. From the looks of it, his injuries this time were even more serious than when Shimin-Nu self-detonated. But he did not die in the end. His mystic meridians, his Naga royalty mystic Chi-Si, were truly incomparably astonishing. They possessed extremely heaven-defying resistance to attacks. Powerful! Yang Dingtian exhaled and slowly said. Just saying one sentence, a mouthful of blood also spewed out. After that, he was about to take out a medicinal pill and consume it. Yang Dingtian, there's no time. No need to recuperate. Shiminju suddenly said coldly. When you're dueling with others, will they still give you the chance to consume medicinal pills to recuperate? That's right. During a real duel, no one would give you the chance to consume medicinal pills. And in the battle with Shiminju previously, Yang Dingtian had already consumed medicinal pills. Shiminju's words directly knocked Yang Dingtian down from his high position of honor. It made the morale of Yang Dingtian's side completely plummet. Yang Dingtian's previous performance was simply too stunning. It would involuntarily make people develop feelings of worship and admiration. But now, in the battle between Yang Dingtian and Shiminju, not only was he defeated in 2 moves, he was also in the wrong. Instantly, the people who supported Yang Dingtian also lost confidence in their hearts. That's right. Shiminju was crafty and sinister. But in this duel, his performance was even more brilliant. Regardless of the result of the battle, or the battle posture, Yang Dingtian could of course forcefully consume medicinal pills and then close his eyes to adjust his breathing. But in this way, his image in everyone's hearts would be completely destroyed. Prepare for the third move, Shiminju slowly said. Let me tell you first. The power of this third move is even more powerful than the first move, universe, and second move, extermination combined. So basically, you can see Yan Yan Shimin for the last time. You absolutely cannot return to her side alive. Shiminju's voice was very faint, but no one doubted his words at all. Instantly, the tens of thousands of people present all looked at Yang Dingtian in grief. They couldn't do anything. Just now, Yang Dingtian cheated, and the tens of thousands of them could pull out their swords and rebel to seek justice for Yang Dingtian. But now, they couldn't do anything, even if Yang Dingtian died in Shiminju's hands. Yan Yan really wanted to shout, "Husband, quickly come down! Let's leave Cloud Heaven City! I don't want Cloud Heaven City anymore! I only want you!" She was shouting in her heart. To say something without conscience, her father's mission could no longer occupy the biggest part of her heart. What she wanted the most now was to live peacefully and happily with Yang Dingtian and Madame Shimin. But she didn't shout it out, because she knew that Yang Dingtian would definitely not come down. So, instead, she revealed a smile on her face and slowly pulled out her sharp sword. Once Yang Dingtian wasn't around, she would follow him immediately. Perhaps there was a little regret in her heart, but Yang Dingtian had already done his best. He had already created a miracle. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and prepared for the third mystic skill. But in his heart, he was thinking about Shiminju's Heaven and Earth extermination record. The first move, Heaven and Earth, used a very special method to intercept the control of the mystic skill, allowing the mystic skill to reverse and attack the user. The second move, Extermination, used a very special vibration to cause chaos in Yang Dingtian's mystic skill. Like a microwave, it heated up the mystic skill to an extremely unstable state, and finally caused an intense explosion. These two moves had already allowed Yang Dingtian to see some clues. This Heaven and Earth extermination record should be using a very, very special energy. This energy might not be very strong, but it could affect and even control the mystic skill energy that was released. This was just like the signal jammer from the Earth era, which could destroy and interfere with all the other parties' communication signals. Or perhaps, it was similar to the sunspot. So, this Heaven and Earth extermination record was an extremely special and mysterious mystic skill. From the looks of it, it was almost unsolvable and invincible. But as long as one found its flaw, this invincible Heaven and Earth extermination record would become completely unable to withstand a single blow. For some things, the more powerful it was, the more fragile it would be. The crux was whether you could find its weak point or not. Yang Dingtian's heart stirred. Perhaps, he had already found the weak point of Heaven and Earth extermination record. The third mystic skill duel, which was also the final move, had officially begun. Chapter 345. 8th Grade Devil Flame Saber Art, 3rd Move, Devil Calamity Prison Splitting Saber. Yang Dingtian didn't hold back at all and circulated all his mystic chi to the extreme. The million spirit demon fire was crazily condensed to the extreme and poured into the Devil Calamity Prison Splitting Saber. Victory or defeat, or even life or death, all depended on this move. Without a doubt, Shiminju's Universe Extermination Record's final move, Universe Extermination, would be extremely shocking. However, there was no other way. Yang Dingtian had no way out. Not only did Yang Dingtian have no way out, but everyone behind him also didn't have any way out. If Yang Dingtian lost this move, then no matter if it was Madame Shimin, Shimin Lai, or the thousands of martial artists that followed Yang Dingtian, everyone would be facing a calamity of annihilation. Of course, this also included Xiao Liao and Zhang Lang, who had just joined him. The tens of thousands of people present held their breaths and waited for the final moment to arrive. Almost 80% of the people present hoped that Yang Dingtian would be able to obtain the final victory. However, if Yang Dingtian lost, they could only silently accept it. Because in this battle with Shiminju, even though the opponent was cunning and proposed a battle of mystic skills, it was still a fair battle. However, the heavens had given Shiminju an almost heaven-defying mystic skill, which made Yang Dingtian unable to retaliate. The tens of thousands of people present still had hope for Yang Dingtian. However, once Yang Dingtian lost, they could accept it painfully. Because they were already mentally prepared. Perhaps in their hearts, it was already impossible for Yang Dingtian to win because Yang Dingtian's universe extermination record was too heaven-defying. Win or lose, live or die, it all depends on this moment. Yang Dingtian suddenly roared and slashed with the sharp sword in his hand. Rumble! Instantly, the heavens and earth shook. All the air within a radius of several hundred meters changed color and temperature. The space within a few hundred meters was cut into pieces by an incomparably huge energy. The air within a few hundred meters had turned into a terrifying killer. The entire space was completely severed and squeezed together. This was the pinnacle of the Devil Calamity Prison's splitting saber. Its killing power was not only limited to the mystical technique itself, but also all the air and energy in the surrounding space. Space was being warped, and the warped area contained an extremely terrifying energy. Once touched by this distortion, one's entire body would instantly turn into dust. The devil stems from the heart was too difficult to execute, so in terms of pure power, the Devil Tribulation's prison splitting saber technique was incomparably shocking. It would even go against many superficial principles of martial arts. Especially when Yang Dingtian was permeated with the terrifying million-spirit demon fire. Therefore, the might of the demonic calamity prison splitting saber had reached the pinnacle. If Shiminju were to be hit, then even if he was a 5-star marshal revered, he would not be able to withstand it. Explosions sounded in the air. As countless people's expressions changed, Yang Dingtian's demonic calamity prison rending saber distorted space and tore through the air, crazily crushing toward Shiminju. Shiminju was slightly shocked. Without a doubt, he was also shocked by Yang Dingtian's pinnacle mystical technique. He was very clear that if he did not have the heaven and earth extermination record, facing this mystical technique of Yang Dingtian, even if his cultivation was 4 or 5 levels higher than Yang Dingtian, it would still be very terrifying. However, who asked him to have the heaven and earth extermination record? The corner of Shiminju's mouth curled up into a smile. His left palm drew an arc in the air, while the treasure sword on his right trembled slightly. Then, his left and right hands slightly combined. Instantly, it was as if an invisible nuclear bomb had exploded. No one knew what had happened. There was no sound, no shocking scene. However, everyone could clearly feel the vibration and rotation of that terrifying energy. Immediately after, everyone discovered it. Yang Dingtian's demonic calamity prison splitting saber had revealed itself. The dozens of distorted space around Shiminju had all revealed their traces. Originally, Yang Dingtian's demonic calamity prison splitting saber was going to crush Shiminju from dozens of directions. But now, the demonic calamity prison splitting saber had revealed itself. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian's demonic calamity prison splitting saber started to change color. It turned red. It became redder and redder, redder and redder. Finally, it was completely glaring. And the space that was cut apart trembled even more violently. The distortion and friction became even more intense. Shiminju had not only stopped Yang Dingtian's demonic calamity prison splitting saber. Furthermore, it was also increasing its power. Yang Dingtian's demonic calamity prison splitting saber was getting stronger and stronger. The energy kept on increasing and increasing. It directly rose to 2 times, 3 times, or even more. This should be the extermination of the heaven and earth extermination record. Shiminju used a special method to stop the demonic calamity prison splitting saber. Furthermore, it increased its energy by several times. Very quickly, this kind of energy multiplied to the extreme. A few hundred meters of space was already as strange as the end of the world. A perfectly fine space was cut into dozens of pieces by the energy. Furthermore, it was constantly surging. The entire scene was extremely strange, terrifying, and filled with the color of science fiction. Then, the corner of Shiminju's mouth revealed an ice-cold little hand. The sharp sword in his hand gently slashed. The second half of the heaven and earth extermination record was about to be used. This demonic calamity prison-splitting saber that had been strengthened by several times was about to counterattack Yang Dingtian. Once counterattacked, there would only be one outcome for Yang Dingtian. That was to be completely crushed or even turned into ashes. Sure enough, under countless horrified gazes, the demonic calamity prison-splitting saber that had been strengthened by several times began to change its direction. Then, like a death god from hell, it suddenly attacked Yang Dingtian crazily. The speed was very fast. At least, it was faster than Yang Dingtian's extreme speed when he turned and fled. Everyone closed their eyes in despair. Yang Dingtian was finished. This was everyone's thought. Not only Yang Dingtian's enemies, but also his family and his supporters. It was not that Yang Dingtian was not strong enough. He had already created a miracle. The crucial point was that Shiminju's mystic skill was too heaven-defying. They could not bear to watch, so they closed their eyes. "Be destroyed!" Shiminju roared. "The one to be destroyed is you!" Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly opened wide as his palms suddenly spread open. Instantly, a soundless energy shot out like lightning and flew directly towards Shiminju. This energy did not have any shape or form. There was only a feeling of complete darkness. That's right. This was Yang Dingtian's darkness mystic flame. A flame that was born in Yang Dingtian's palm. It was condensed from the world's most powerful mystic flame and the world's most powerful dark matter. It was the world's most terrifying dark sovereign. The darkness mystic flame's energy instantly shot in front of Shiminju. All of a sudden, Shiminju's figure trembled as his face revealed an inconceivable expression. Immediately after, his body began to tremble violently. His face began to distort, and became incomparably strange. Of course, the actual situation was not his face being distorted. Instead, it was the darkness mystic flame that caused the entire spatial energy to be distorted. Shiminju's third move, heaven and earth extermination, was stopped. It was affected and completely shaken. That's right. Shiminju's heaven and earth extermination record used a very special kind of energy. This kind of energy was somewhat similar to the lightning attribute energy. However, it was also like spiritual energy. It was all-pervasive and could affect and control almost any attacking energy. But without a doubt, in terms of energy level, the darkness mystic flame was almost the highest. Although Shiminju's heaven and earth extermination record's energy was incomparably shocking, in front of the energy black hole, it was really nothing. Almost instantly, Shiminju's heaven and earth extermination record was completely destroyed. Then, Shiminju completely lost control of Yang Dingtian's devilish calamity prison-rending saber. A few hundred meters of the sky began to change constantly. After a while, it became frightening blood red. After a while, it became even more frightening dark. Finally, under Shiminju's horrified gaze, the devilish calamity prison-rending saber that had been magnified by several times continuously destroyed and collapsed. Like a destructive storm, it swept towards Shiminju. Shiminju turned around frantically and used his fastest speed to escape. However, it was obviously too late. This frightening energy storm arrived in an instant. One could only see a gust of darkness engulfing. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Shiminju's back robe instantly turned into nothingness. Then, his entire back was exposed to a frightening black color. Then, his fluttering long hair instantly turned into ashes. No! Shiminju let out a shrill roar. His entire body was sent flying a few hundred meters. Then, within the naked eye's view, his entire body was charred and started to distort. The entire scene was incomparably horrifying. Without a doubt, Shiminju's heaven and earth extermination record had ultimately harmed himself. Once a flaw was found, this almost invincible and heaven-defying mystic skill instantly became incomparably weak. It was as though he did not have to use any effort to completely destroy it. Moreover, if it was purely a contest of mystic skills, although Shimin-ju might not have killed Yang Dingtian, he really would not have lost. Although the scene was not that stunning, Shimin-ju really would not have lost. After surpassing the martial honorable level, the difference in cultivation between martial artists of different levels was simply too great. Defeating a martial artist of 2 levels higher than oneself was already the limit. However, Shimin-ju had used the heaven and earth extermination record to amplify the energy of Yang Dingtian's demonic calamity prison-splitting saber by several times. In the end, it had backfired on his own body. If this energy had directly struck Yang Dingtian's body, he would have been smashed into pieces. Then, if it had struck Shimin-ju's body, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Bang! Shimin-ju flew out a few hundred meters. With a loud sound, he fell heavily onto the ground. His original appearance could no longer be seen. His entire body was charred black and he was not moving at all. Even blood could not flow out from his body. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The entire square had completely sunk into a deathly silence. No one made a sound. Everyone was stunned by the scene before their eyes. Originally, everyone thought that Yang Dingtian would definitely die this time. No matter how one looked at it, Yang Dingtian would definitely die. It was impossible for him to obtain victory. However, the result was a shocking reversal. This time, it was Yang Dingtian who waved his hand casually as if he was patting the air. Then, it caused an earth-shattering tearing and explosion. Then, Shimin-ju flew out a few hundred meters. His entire body had completely turned into charcoal. No one knew if he was dead or alive. This result was too shocking. Not only had Yang Dingtian obtained victory, he had also obtained victory in such a casual manner. Instantly, the tens of thousands of people present stared at Yang Dingtian as if they were looking at a god. This was truly a miracle. It was not something that a mortal could do. Under the almost hopeless situation, Yang Dingtian had made a shocking reversal and easily defeated 5-star revered martial artist Shimin-ju. No one knew why, but everyone clearly knew that this was a fact that was happening. Yan Yan and Madame Shimin looked at all this in disbelief. Yan Yan even pinched her own thigh, afraid that this was a dream. After confirming that it was not a dream, Yan Yan shouted in ecstasy. She quickly rushed over and hugged Madame Shimin tightly. Muliani's face was covered in tears. She could not find anyone to hug, so she rushed forward and hugged Jiao Liao, who was also a woman. All of Yang Dingtian's direct subordinates couldn't help but burst into tears. Everyone, whether they knew each other or not, crazily hugged each other. Long live! Long live! Countless people's shouts shook the heavens and the earth. The tens of thousands of people present felt as if they were in a dream. It was over. Yang Dingtian had won. In just over a year, he had become a martial revered expert from a novice martial artist. Furthermore, he had faced 3 experts in succession and finally defeated a 5-star revered martial artist. What kind of miracle was this? If Yang Dingtian could do such an unbelievable thing, then what could stop him in the future? As for Yang Yan, Qin Huayu and the rest, their faces were still filled with shock. They looked at everything in disbelief. They really could not accept what had happened in front of them. Originally, their plan was to let Shimin-ju kill Yang Dingtian. As a 5-star revered martial artist, Shimin-ju did not even have the chance to fight with Yang Dingtian. However, who knew that not only did Yang Dingtian defeat Shimin-ju, but he also defeated Shimin-ju? Why did this happen? What the hell is going on? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and slowly sheathed his sword. He bowed towards the VIP seats and said, Yang Dingtian has defeated all his opponents in the martial competition for the City Lord's position. May the Taekwondo League and Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild bear witness. The Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master's face was cold. She looked at everything coldly and did not give any reaction. Instead, she looked at Yang Yan. Yang Yan stood up and looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated gaze. If it was possible, he was naturally willing to dismember Yang Dingtian into pieces right now. However, there were tens of thousands of eyes here. Looking at Yang Yan's face, Yang Dingtian tried his best to use his sword to support himself on the ground. At this moment, there was not a single part of his body that was not in pain. Every xian vein in his body felt like it was about to break. The current even circulating a little bit of xian qi was like hellish torture. After this battle, even with the holy water elixir, he still needed to recuperate for a few days to recover. The final battle with Shimin Ju had exhausted too much energy and xian veins. Yang Dingtian, Yan Yan, Madame Shimin, and all the people who supported Yang Dingtian gathered their gazes on Yang Yan's face, waiting for his final announcement. Yang Yan's shamelessness could not be underestimated at any time. They were capable of doing anything. Previously, Yang Dingtian used the sword spirit to defeat Qin Xiaobai and was slandered as a spy of the evil ways. He was almost killed in Cloud Sky City, losing his reputation and dying on the spot. However, this time, Yang Dingtian had obtained the city lord's position in the martial arts contest. If Yang Dingtian obtained the city lord's position, it would undoubtedly be the end of the world for Yang Yan and the rest. Could it be that they were just going to wait helplessly for death? Everyone stared at Yang Yan, trying to give him a huge psychological pressure. However, they were also very worried. They were waiting for Yang Yan to make irresponsible remarks and try to reverse the outcome of the martial arts contest. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yan finally began to announce, "I represent Cloud Sky City's Arbitration Council to declare the validity of this martial arts contest." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Since when did Yang Yan become so shameless? He actually did not distort the truth and did not slander Yang Dingtian. However, this was only the beginning. Everyone continued to perk up their ears to listen. Yang Dingtian defeated Shimin Yan, Shimin Nu, and Shimin Ju. He obtained the final victory of the martial arts contest. Following Yang Yan's announcement, everyone's anxious hearts instantly calmed down. Then, they could not wait to burst into cheers. They had already begun to celebrate the birth of the new city lord. They were celebrating the birth of the youngest sect leader in history. Only Yang Dingtian knitted his brows tightly. Yang Yan had accepted his fate just like that? Not struggling anymore? It really did not seem like it. It was completely not his style of doing things. Following that, Yang Yan looked at the rostrum and said, "Pavilion Master, as the chief of the Taekwondo League's Northwest branch, the final result will be announced by you." The Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master did not stand up. She coldly announced, "Yang Dingtian obtained the City Lord's position. As the final victor of the martial arts contest, I declare that the new Cloud Sky City Lord is." At this moment, the corner of Qin Huayu's mouth suddenly revealed a cold smile. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. The new Cloud Sky City Lord is Yang Dingtian. The Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master was about to call out Yang Dingtian's name. Wait. Suddenly, a shout came from the distant sky. Then, a tall figure flapped his wings and descended from the sky, landing on the martial arts field. Reporting to the Taekwondo League's Northwest branch and Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild. I have specially come to participate in the martial arts contest for the Cloud Sky City Lord. The person spoke clearly. He was an acquaintance. Yang Dingtian looked at this person with incomparable shock. He never thought that it would actually be him. Yan Biaqin. The Yan Biaqin who fought with Yang Dingtian for Qin Mingli. The Yan Biaqin who swallowed the Mirage Void Fire. The Yan Biaqin who spared Yang Dingtian's life under the Central Lake. Yang Yan looked at Yan Biaqin. His turbid eyes instantly lit up. It was as if his entire person was completely ignited. Then Yang Yan suppressed his emotions and said, "Only Cloud Sky City's disciples who are of the same generation as Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ju can participate in the martial arts contest for the Cloud Sky City Lord. You are not a Cloud Sky City's disciple. How can you participate?" Yan Biaqin knelt down on one knee and said, "Cloud Sky City's disciple, Yang Yunchong's son, Yang Jing, greets the elders." Then Yan Biaqin suddenly tore off the mask on his face, revealing another handsome and solemn face. Yan Yan's delicate body suddenly trembled. She revealed a look of disbelief. That's right. This person was Yang Jing. According to the legends, Yang Jing should have already been beheaded. Chapter 346. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's entire heart was trembling violently. He would never have thought that there would be such a change in this situation. Yan Biaqin had actually become Yang Jing. No wonder Yan Biaqin's words were so strange when he spared Yang Dingtian's life at the lake in the middle of the Dongli grassland. Looking at Yang Yan again, his originally turbid and old eyes were actually unprecedentedly bright and threatening. His facial expression also became mysterious and faintly discernible. He had really misjudged him. In the past, he had always thought that Shimin Ju was the most dangerous fox. Yang Dingtian only felt that Yang Yan was shameless and didn't think that he was very powerful. Now it seemed that Yang Yan was the most terrifying and scheming schemer in Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but recall Yang Yan's life in his mind. At that time, Shimin Wuya was framed in the martial contest of Cloud Heaven City, and Yang Yan's figure was faintly discernible. In the end, Shimin Wuya relied on his heaven-defying cultivation to win the martial contest and became the Cloud Heaven City Lord. After that, Yang Dingtian carried out the first purge. At that time, nearly half of the Yang clansmen rebelled and were purged. In this purge, Yang Yan was safe and sound. After that, Shimin Wuya controlled Cloud Heaven City for a few years, and the Yang clansmen rebelled again. Among them, Yang Yan also played a dishonorable role. Shimin Wuya ruthlessly killed and almost wiped out all the Yang clansmen. It was during the second rebellion that Yang Jing and Yang Yuchong were expelled from Sky City. And in this purge, Yang Yan was still safe and sound. Moreover, after this purge, Yang Yan was the only remaining Yang clansman. This time, Shimin Wuya already decided to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He was going to directly purge Yang Yan too. However, Yang Yan immediately married Qin Wanqiu. Under the strong pressure of northwest Qin City, Yang Yan once again escaped from Shimin Wuya's purge. More than 6 years ago, Yang Jing and Yang Yuchong brought over a dozen experts and infiltrated Cloud Heaven City to carry out a rebellion. They colluded with the internal opposition of Cloud Heaven City and brought about huge casualties to Cloud Heaven City. If it wasn't for Shimin Wuya's vigilance and intelligence, he would have been poisoned and killed. Besides, even if nothing had happened to Shimin Wuya. However, something happened to Yan Yan. She had been struck by the darkness crystal and her cultivation had been deteriorating. Moreover, the only 9th grade martial technique manual in the Hidden Arts Pavilion had been stolen. In the rebellion 6 years ago, Yang Yan undoubtedly played a dark role. But at the crucial moment, he chopped off Yang Zheng's head. Not only did he draw a clear line between himself and the rebellion, he even made a huge contribution. Therefore, this time, Yan Yan once again turned the tables. From start to finish, Yan Yan had been involved in 3 rebellions. If it were anyone else, they would have been smashed to pieces long ago, but he was safe and sound. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this person was. Most importantly, the head that Yan Yan chopped off Yang Gang's head was definitely a fake. Yan Yan had already made the necessary preparations. He had already prepared an escape route in case the rebellion failed. This person was too scheming. Originally, Yang Dingtian looked down on Yang Yan very much. At that time, he was Qin Xiaobai's grandfather, but he was like a servant, being ordered around by Qin Xiaobai, this little brat. And after Qin Xiaobai was destroyed, Yang Yan was made use of by Shimin Ju. Looking at it now, how terribly wrong was it? Qin Xiaobai and Shimin Ju were completely toyed with in the palm of Yang Yan's hand. In reality, after Shimin Wuya was destroyed, Yang Yan was already planning for today's scene. What City Lord position grand duel? What supporting Shimin Ju? It was all for Yang Jing. As for Qin Xiaobai, even if he was his biological grandson, Yang Yan had 100 ways to play him to death. Everything that Yang Yan did was only for Yang Zheng. More accurately, it was only for the Yang clan's clansmen. In his heart, Cloud Heaven City could only belong to the Yang clan forever. For this point, he did not hesitate to give up everything and also did not hesitate to endure humiliation and live for several decades. Now, he succeeded more than half. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ju both suffered heavy injuries. Who else was Yang Geng's match? Instantly, even as an enemy, Yang Dingtian could not help being filled with admiration for Yang Yen. He had really underestimated him previously. Practically everyone present was stunned by Yang Geng's appearance. They were actually unable to make any more reactions all of a sudden. Yen Yen looked at her eldest cousin who was her childhood sweetheart. After the shock, her gaze was ice cold and complicated. Yang Jing, you don't have the authority to participate in this grand duel, Yen Yen said coldly. Yang Jing looked at Yen Yen and slowly said, Of course I have the authority. A few years ago, City Lord Shimen personally announced me as the successor to Cloud Heaven City's City Lord. He also confirmed our previous engagement. Moreover, until the day he died, he did not deny this decision. Not only did he not expel me from Cloud Heaven City, he also did not break the engagement between us. The truth was as such. Because at that time, Shimen Wuya had already seen Yang Zheng's head. Naturally, he did not expel Yang Jing from Cloud Heaven City and did not break the engagement because there was no need for it. Of course, Shimen Wuya was incomparably wise. The matter of Yang Yen forging Yang Zheng's head could not be hidden from him. However, at that time, Yan Yen had been struck by the energy black hole. Shimen Wuya was burning with anxiety and did not pay attention to this side. Yang Jing looked at the crowd and said, Today is the grand duel for Cloud Heaven City's City Lord. I am here to fight for the City Lord's position and formally request for my mother-in-law to marry Yan Yen. Once these words were spoken, the entire square was instantly filled with great waves. Not only did Yang Jing want to snatch the City Lord's position, he also wanted to snatch Shimen Yan Yen away. Yan Yen was so angry that her entire body trembled. One side of her beautiful face was pale and cold. Madame Shimen gritted her teeth and said, Yan Yen is already married. Married? Yang Jing said. Married to who? Madame Shimen said. Of course it's Yang Dingtian. How is that possible? Yang Jing said. Without a ceremony and without a matchmaker, how can it be considered a marriage? Everyone here has never heard of Yang Dingtian and Yan Yen having a wedding. After saying this, Yang Zheng looked at Yang Yen, Tang Buizhao, and the others. Yan Yen and the others shook their heads and said, Yang Dingtian and Shimen Yan Yen did not have a wedding. Furthermore, the so-called City Lord betrothing Yan Yen to Yang Dingtian is completely Yang Dingtian's side of the story. At that time, Shimen Yan and the others were also present on the ship. They all said that they did not see City Lord Shimen betrothing Yan Yen to Yang Dingtian. Facing Yang Yen and the others who were distorting the truth, Yang Dingtian did not say anything. He only smiled coldly. Yan Yen was extremely angry. She smiled at Yang Zheng and said, Yang Jing, you traitor, don't be delusional. I have long been Yang Dingtian's wife. Who knows, we might even have a child soon. Once these words were spoken, everyone trembled slightly. The meaning of Yan Yan's words could not be clearer. She was saying that she had long given herself completely to Yang Dingtian. Originally, Yan Yan would definitely not say such bold and embarrassing words, especially in front of tens of thousands of people. But now, she was really infuriated by Yang Dingtian. She directly said that she had long given herself to Yang Dingtian. After Yang Jing heard this, the muscles on his face twitched violently. Then he sneered, Yang Dingtian, didn't you already get married half a year ago? Moreover, the bride is someone else. Yang Dingtian's face turned cold. Yang Jing was, of course, referring to Yang Dingtian's marriage with Qin Mingli using Shen Lang's identity. He was, of course, threatening Yang Dingtian. Yan Yan, the woman Yang Dingtian married. You still know her? Yang Jing said. Do you still remember that charming and vicious woman from 6 years ago? She is Yang Dingtian's wife. Moreover, they got married in front of tens of thousands of people. Instantly, Yan Yan recalled that 6 years ago, when she was trapped in the underworld and was almost molested by that demon snake beauty. Now that she thought about it, Yan Yan still trembled. Of course, she hated that woman to the core. Moreover, that woman was completely lewd and shameless. She was a promiscuous woman. Now, Yang Jing actually said that Yang Dingtian had once married that woman. Of course, Yan Yan would feel sad. Moreover, according to her intuition, Yang Jing was not lying. Yang Jing was indeed good at sowing discord. Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Husband, is there such a thing? If there is such a thing, bring that sister here one day so that we can get close to each other. Once she said this, Yang Zheng's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian with envious eyes. However, there was no doubt that Yang Zheng's attempt at sowing discord had failed. Because he did not know Yan Yan well enough, he still thought that Yan Yan was the same as 6 years ago. He did not know that Yan Yan had already grown up. There is no such thing, Yang Dingtian said to Yan Yan. My husband said there is no such thing, Yan Yan said to Yang Jing. Moreover, even if you are from Cloud Sky City, you cannot participate in the Cloud Sky City Lord's Grand Martial Competition. Yang Jing smiled. Why? Yang Dingtian and I belong to the same generation. I am a disciple of Cloud Sky City. Speaking of which, I have long been the successor of Cloud Sky City. Why am I not qualified to participate in the Grand Martial Competition? Yan Yan said. Because all the disciples who participate in the Grand Martial Competition have to participate in the drawing of lots. Not only did you not participate in the drawing of lots, you only appeared after the Grand Martial Competition ended. Therefore, you are not qualified to participate in the Grand Martial Competition. Yang Jing looked at Yang Yan and said, Great Elder, didn't the rules say that the Grand Martial Competition will not end before the sun sets and Cloud Sky City's disciples can still participate in the competition? Yang Yan said, That's right, there is such a rule. This is not fair. Madame Shimin stood up and looked at the VIP seats. Respected members of the Tiando League, Yang Dingtian defeated Shimin Yen, Shimin Nu, and Shimin Ju consecutively. He is already covered in wounds and his celestial qi is exhausted. However, Yang Jing is unharmed and has to use the Grand Martial Competition at the last moment. Is this fair? Without waiting for the Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master to reply, the tens of thousands of people present shouted, Not fair! Not fair! Not fair! All of a sudden, everyone shouted loudly. Yan Yan and the others frowned. They even regretted inviting so many low-level warriors and causing them to be in such a passive position. It was not realistic to completely go against the will of these tens of thousands of people. Even the members of the Tiando League would express their dissatisfaction. Thus, the elders of Cloud Sky City began a short discussion. Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin looked at each other and said, How about this? Today's Grand Martial Competition will end here and there will be another competition tomorrow. Yang Dingtian versus Yang Jing. Whoever wins will be the Cloud Sky City's lord? Yan Yan's heart skipped a beat. He was obviously tempted. However, he immediately rejected the idea in his heart. The opportunity in front of him was extremely rare. Yang Dingtian was at his weakest, and it would be easy for Yang Jing to defeat him. It would even be easy for him to take his life. He did not want to miss this opportunity. If he had to wait until tomorrow to fight, he was afraid that there would be more problems. No! The Grand Martial Competition for the City Lord position must be completed today. It must even be completed before the sun sets. Yan Yan said coldly. Otherwise, it will be very inauspicious for Cloud Sky City. 20 years ago, City Lord Shimin Wuya encountered opponents that were several times stronger than Yang Dingtian's. They were also much stronger. Even so, he did not propose to fight the next day. What makes Yang Dingtian special? The Grand Martial Competition must be completed today. Fight now? Do you even have any shame? Madame Shimin sneered. Yang Dingtian is riddled with wounds and his profound qi is exhausted. Yang Jing is in perfect condition and has abundant profound qi. Is this battle fair? You want to use such despicable methods to steal the position of Cloud Sky City's lord? Do you want to see if the tens of thousands of people here will agree? We don't agree! The tens of thousands of warriors present all shouted. Suddenly, both sides were in a deadlock and continued to quarrel. At this moment, the sun was gradually setting and it was about to set. I have something to say, Yang Jing suddenly shouted. Yang Yan said, Speak. Yang Jing looked at Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai and said, You too, you think that I am in perfect condition, so if I challenge Yang Dingtian, it will be very unfair to him, right? Even if I win, it will be an unfair victory, right? Of course, Madame Shimin said coldly. All right then. Yang Jing pulled out a short sword and turned around. He stared at Yan Yan and said, No matter if you believe it or not, I have never thought of harming you. 6 years ago, if that was a life-threatening poison, I would rather drink it myself than watch you drink it. After speaking, Yang Zheng's short sword suddenly pierced towards his chest. Poochie! Instantly, blood spurted out and the golden short sword pierced through Shimin Ju's chest. Instantly, everyone present cried out in surprise and looked at Yang Jing in disbelief. Yang Jing spat out a mouthful of blood and said to Yang Dingtian, Now I am also injured and my injuries might not be lighter than yours. Now I will fight with you. Is it fair? Yang Dingtian looked at Yang Jing and his heart turned cold. This Yang Jing was ruthless. It seemed like he was determined to kill him today. To achieve this goal, he didn't even hesitate to harm himself. Still not fair? Yang Jing sneered. Because you went through 3 battles and defeated Shimin Yen, Shimin Nu, and Shimin Ju? And I was waiting for you to exhaust yourself? All right then. Then Yang Jing turned to the elder assembly and said, For the sake of fairness, I invite Madame Shimin and Commander Shimin Lai to fight with me. After I defeat Madame Shimin and Commander Shimin Lai, I will have the qualifications to challenge Yang Dingtian, right? This should be fair, right? Everyone was completely stunned. They didn't expect Yang Jing to propose such a plan. Yang Jing looked at the tens of thousands of people present and sneered. Still not fair? Then how about I add another condition? Yang Dingtian will fight 3 people in a row and I will fight 3 people in a row. Before the sun sets, if I can't defeat Madame Shimin, Shimin Lai, and Yang Dingtian, this grand battle will be considered my loss. Once these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Now, is it fair? Yang Jing roared loudly. Instantly, the tens of thousands of people present couldn't help but lower their heads and lose their confidence. Even Yang Dingtian's subordinates lost their confidence. That's right, Yang Zheng's plan was already very fair. Not only did he pierce his own chest, but he also proposed to challenge Yang Dingtian after defeating Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin. Moreover, he had to defeat Yang Dingtian before the sun set. This condition was already very harsh for Yang Jing. No one present could find any fault with Yang Jing, and they were even faintly filled with admiration for him. Is it fair or not? Yang Jing roared loudly. It's fair! Finally, the tens of thousands of people present said softly. Since it's fair, then it's decided, Yang Jing said resolutely. His tone was filled with the temperament of a leader. Then, he raised his sword and said to Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai, Both of you, come down! Instantly, the tens of thousands of people present looked at Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai. This Yang Jing was indeed powerful. He directly won the hearts of the tens of thousands of people present. Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai looked at each other, and then nodded. Madame Shimin gritted her teeth and flew lightly to the battle arena. She landed opposite Yang Dingtian and said to Yang Dingtian, Little Tian, quickly recover your Xian Qi. Yang Dingtian nodded and closed his eyes to adjust his Xian Qi. Without Xian Qi, everything was in vain. Please advise me. Madame Shimin pulled out her sword and stabbed towards Yang Jing. She used all her strength in an instant. Of course, she didn't expect to defeat Yang Jing. However, she was a martial venerable after all. She felt that she could at least delay until the sun set. At that time, Yang Dingtian would be able to win. Therefore, when she pulled out her sword, Madame Shimin took a desperate stance. Yang Jing didn't pull out his sword. Instead, he stood there motionlessly, waiting for Madame Shimon's sword to stab towards him. Instantly, Madame Shimon's sword, which used all her strength, stabbed towards Yang Dingtian. It was about to split his head in half. Just at this moment, Yang Jing raised the sword in his hand lightly. Instantly, his sword sheath blocked the tip of Madame Shimon's sword. Then, Madame Shimon's sword seemed to be frozen in place. She gritted her teeth and used all her Xian qi. However, she couldn't advance at all. Instantly, Madame Shimon's face turned red and she broke out in a cold sweat. However, Yang Jing was completely relaxed. It was as if blocking Madame Shimon's attack was as easy as blowing off dust. "And, as a woman of the Yang clan, your cultivation is really not qualified," Yang Jing said calmly. Then, he lightly spat out Xian qi from his palm. Instantly, Madame Shimon flew over 100 meters away like a beautiful kite. She spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and her beautiful face instantly turned pale. "Mother!" Yan Yan hurriedly flew into the air and caught her injured mother. Madame Shimon wasn't seriously injured. However, her Xian meridians were instantly torn by a huge amount of energy, and she instantly lost her ability to fight. That's right. Madame Shimon was almost instantly killed by Yang Jing. At that time, Yang Dingtian had instantly killed Shimin Yan and received countless shocked gazes. Now, Yang Jing had instantly killed Madame Shimon. Madame Shimon's cultivation was many times higher than Shimin Yan's. Furthermore, Yang Jing had pierced through her chest. Didn't that mean that Yang Eng's cultivation was many times higher than Yang Dingtian's? Chapter 347. Why was he trying to win people's hearts? For fairness and to attack Yang Dingtian's morale. Yang Jing pierced his own chest with his sword and proposed to defeat Madame Shimon, and Shimon lied before fighting with Yang Dingtian. Instantly, everyone was conquered by Yang Jing's sword that pierced through his chest. Then, Yang Jing instantly killed the martial supreme Madame Shimon. Most importantly, when Yang Jing killed Madame Shimon, he was injured. Instantly, everyone in the square sucked in a breath of cold air. As for Yang Dingtian's supporters, their morale fell to the lowest point. Everyone had a clear idea that Yang Jing was stronger than Yang Dingtian, and much stronger. After defeating Madame Shimon, Yang Jing looked at Shimin Lai and said, "It's your turn. You come!" Shimin Lai took a deep breath, drew his sword, and slowly walked towards the fighting ring. Instantly, everyone in the square hissed. These were the warriors from the Northwest Qin family who had infiltrated. They were mocking Shimin Lai for stalling for time. Anyway, as long as the sun set, Yang Dingtian would win. This was indeed Shimin Lai's plan. This person was righteous and brave. Originally, he would never use such a method. However, for Yang Dingtian, he had already broken his own principles and trampled on his pride. Yan Yan looked at Shimin Lai as he slowly walked up. His lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he turned his ring on his left hand. Yang Jing immediately saw Yang Yan's action. His eyes flashed, and his finger gently stroked the hilt of his sword. Instantly, killing intent gathered in his eyes. Yan Yan's order was very clear. Although Yang Peipei had broken off relations with the Yang family, she was still Yang Deng's aunt. Therefore, she could not be killed. However, Shimin Lai was Shimin Wuya's adopted son. He could kill him and clear the obstacles for the Yang family to regain control of Cloud Sky City. Therefore, Yang Jing had to kill Shimin Lai. Looking at Shimin Lai, who was slowly walking up, Yang Jing's hand shook slightly. Instantly, a beautiful flame rose from his palm. Mystic fire! This was the mystic fire! Everyone in the square exclaimed in unison. Their gazes towards Yang Jing were filled with endless envy and admiration. Even Qin Huayu had a complicated look in his eyes. In everyone's eyes, anyone who possessed the mystic flame could become the top martial artist in this world. To put it more cliché, as long as one had the mystic fire, one could break through to the great Grand Master realm. Of course, Yang Jing's was only a mirage void fire. However, to the people of the world, it did not matter so much. Regardless of whether it was the illusory void flame, or the miscellaneous flames, they were all profound flames. They were enough to make people vomit blood from jealousy. Shimin Lai slowly walked over. The mystic flame in Yang Deng's palm burned brighter and brighter, becoming more and more gorgeous and threatening. Yang Zheng's face gradually turned serious, and his eyes gradually turned cold. There was not much time left until the sun set, so he didn't have the time to fight with Shimin Lai. What he wanted was to kill him in one move. This kind of instant kill was not just a defeat, but a true harvest of life. Today's Grand Martial competition was Yang Geng's greatest performance on the world stage. He wanted to leave an indelible impression in everyone's hearts. Insta-killing Shimin Lai, just right. Shimin Lai's foot stepped into the destroyed stage. Who? Immediately, the mystic flame in Yang Geng's palm turned red like blood. Yang Geng's cultivation was not inferior to Shimin Ju's. Furthermore, he had the Mirage Void Fire. Shimin Lai was a 2-star revered martial artist. Therefore, if one was hit by Yang Geng's mystic flame, they would die without a doubt. Immediately, Yang Dingtian, who was adjusting his breathing with his eyes closed, felt an incomparably dangerous aura. He abruptly opened his eyes and immediately saw Yang Geng's cold killing intent. Wait! Yang Dingtian had no choice but to stop recovering his mystic qi. He stood up and said to Shimin Lai, "Big brother, stand down!" Shimin Lai opened his eyes and said, "No! This is an order!" Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "No!" Shimin Lai said loudly. "Even if I die, I will die a worthy death." Yang Dingtian still said coldly, "This is an order, stand down." "Yes." Shimin Lai slowly took a few steps back. His eyes were still filled with the determination to die. He was very clear in his heart that if Yang Dingtian died under Yang Dingtian's sword today, then he, Shimin Lai, would immediately rush up to be buried with him. He would only die a few seconds later than Yang Dingtian. This was his determination. When Yang Dingtian was around, it was still meaningful for him to protect Madame Shimin and the Black Blood Cavalry. If Yang Dingtian wasn't around, then everything would be meaningless. In fact, if Yang Dingtian died today, then Shimin Yanyan, Madame Shimin, Mu Lianqing and his daughter, in short, all of Yang Dingtian's direct descendants would die. They wouldn't have any hope of turning the tables. Yang Dingtian's mystic qi had only recovered by 10%. His entire body was weak and severely injured. If he immediately consumed a cup of sacred water and recuperated for 10 hours, then he would recover completely. But now, he didn't even have 15 minutes. Therefore, he could only be weak and severely injured. Yang Dingtian used his sharp sword to support himself as he staggered towards Yang Jing and said, "Brother Yan, there is still some time before the sun sets. Anyway, if we fight, the outcome will be decided in an instant. So let's have a chat first." With just one sentence, Yang Dingtian's blood surged. Then, a mouthful of blood gushed out from his throat. He forcefully swallowed it back, but blood still seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "All right, then let's have a chat," Yang Jing said. "Although our relationship is a little complicated, we have always admired each other," Yang Dingtian said. "That's right. I admire you a lot," Yang Jing said. Yang Dingtian said, "Why do you think I fought for Cloud Heaven City?" "It should be for Shimin Wuya," Yang Jing said. "You can say that," Yang Dingtian said. "Then, why did Shimin Wuya hand Cloud Heaven City to me?" Yang Jing said. "He felt that you could protect Cloud Heaven City's hundreds of years of foundation and even take back the main seat of Yinyang School." "Taking back the main seat of Yinyang School? I don't think Uncle Shimin is that desperate. First, he wants Cloud Heaven City to be independent and strong. Second, Cloud Heaven City can become a famous sect in the world and not be in an awkward position. 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions. At least enter the 27 factions." "What do you mean by telling me all this?" Yang Jing said. "I can admit defeat. I can give up being the Lord of Cloud Heaven City," Yang Dingtian said calmly. It might be good for you to be the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. Your talent, your intelligence, they are all sufficient. When he said this, Yang Dingtian's body trembled. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Yang Dingtian continued. Originally, I looked down on Yan Yen and thought that he was a lackey of the Northwest Qin City. But now, it seems that his scheming is something I can't imagine. So, even in front of the Northwest Qin City, he won't give in easily. Then Yang Dingtian looked at Yang Jing and said, Promise me one thing, and I will admit defeat and support you to be the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. What is it? Yang Jing asked. First, let me guard the Abyss Castle at the border. Second, expel the Northwest Qin City's forces. I know that the Northwest Qin City's annexation of Cloud Heaven City will not stop. You have a close and complicated relationship with the Northwest Qin City. But to cut them off, from the moment you become the Lord of Cloud Heaven City, you will start to clean out the Northwest Qin City's forces. Yang Dingtian said. Cleaning out the Northwest Qin City is easier said than done, Yang Jing said. Do you know that the Northwest Qin City's strength is 100 times that of Cloud Heaven City? Going against the Northwest Qin City head-on is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Do you know that the forces Qin Huayu arranged around Cloud Heaven City are enough to destroy Cloud Heaven City a few times? Leave it to me, Yang Dingtian said. Let me think of a way to completely clean out Cloud Heaven City's 1,000-mile territory. I can even stand on the front lines against the Northwest Qin City and support you with all my strength. What do you think? Yang Dingtian looked at Yang Jing and asked. Yang Dingtian looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated gaze and said, Yang Dingtian, you have far exceeded my expectations. I really couldn't predict that you would be like this. Yang Dingtian said, Cloud Heaven City is my responsibility, not my desire. As long as Cloud Heaven City's independence and strength can be guaranteed, then letting the heir of the Yang family become the Lord of Cloud Heaven City may not be a bad thing. However, the key is that the Yang family members must be strong enough to be independent and not let Cloud Heaven City fall into the hands of others. Yang Jing looked at Yang Dingtian, took a deep breath, and said, Yang Dingtian, you have deeply moved me. Then, I will also raise a condition. As long as you agree, I will agree to your request and completely break off relations with the Northwest Qin City. Speak, Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan is my childhood sweetheart and fiancé. Return her to me, Yang Jing said. Instantly, a wave of anger rose from Yang Dingtian's heart. Are you humiliating me? Yang Dingtian said coldly. I am not humiliating you. Yan Yan is mine, Yang Jing said. No, she is her own and does not belong to anyone. I have no right to give her to anyone, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Yang Jing said, All right, I cannot take her in. However, she has to leave you. After all, she is my fiancée. I don't want her to belong to any man. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. Yang Jing said indifferently, Yang Dingtian, you are a man of great talent and strategy. You shouldn't be so ignorant. This is a good thing for you, for me, for Yan Yan, for Madame Shimin, and everyone else. If you give up Shimin and Yan Yan, I will let all of you go and hand over the Abyss Castle to you. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and sighed. Yang Jing, Yan Bieqing, you have really disappointed me. All right, the sun is about to set. Yang Dingtian held the sword with both hands and struggled to raise the soul's sword. He said, Let's fight. Yang Zheng's eyes shrunk as he sneered. Are you sure you want to fight? You are seeking your own death. I tried my best to talk to you, but you humiliated me. If I don't fight, what else can I do? Yang Dingtian said. However, you are heavily injured and can't even raise your sword. You don't even have 10% of your mystic chi. How are you going to fight? Yang Jing said. That is my problem. You just have to kill. Yang Dingtian said. All right. Yang Jing looked at the sun that was halfway down the mountain and looked at Yang Dingtian. I will write a tombstone for you. There is no need. Yang Dingtian replied. If I die in battle, you can hack me into 1,000 pieces and dismember me into 1,000 pieces. You can also casually roll me up and throw me into the wilderness. Hearing Yang Dingtian's contempt for him, Yang Jing was instantly enraged. He said coldly, "All right." Then, he slowly raised his long sword. Whoosh! A gorgeous flame suddenly emerged from the tip of the sword. He wanted to use all his strength and his strongest mystic skill to condense the mystic flame to the extreme. He wanted to turn Yang Dingtian into ashes. The mystic flame on the tip of Yang Gang's sword became brighter and brighter. It became more and more shocking. Finally, it released a soul-stirring murderous aura. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and used both hands to raise the long sword. However, under the lack of strength, he staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sharp sword in both hands paused for a moment before he tried to raise it again. The entire plaza was silent. Everyone only felt that their eyes were sore as they resisted the urge to cry. This was the end of a hero, the swan song of a hero. He was severely injured, his mystic chi was exhausted, and it was difficult to even raise the artifact sword. Yet, he had to face an incomparably powerful enemy. Yan Yan didn't cry. She just looked at Yang Dingtian with her big beautiful eyes and didn't even dare to blink for a second. In her heart, this might be the last time she looked at him completely. Boom! All of a sudden, Yang Dingtian's artifact sword lit up, and a lump of golden flame burned fiercely. Mystic flame, it was also the mystic flame. When everyone saw this mystic flame, they were instantly shocked. Yang Dingtian's mystic flame was actually a bright red with a hint of gold. Yang Dingtian actually had the mystic flame too. From start to end, apart from the battle with Song Yu, Yang Dingtian didn't directly display the mystic flame. At the moment when he perished together with Dugu Fengwu, his entire body was burning fiercely, but he still didn't display the characteristics of the mystic flame. The mystic flame was very, very special. It was a flame that had a life of its own. Right now, Yang Dingtian completely displayed his mystic flame. Qin Huayu, Yang Yan, and everyone else had a shocked expression. Yang Dingtian actually possessed the mystic flame? You have the mystic flame? Yang Zheng was shocked. Of course, this is the true million spirit demon flame. Yours is merely the mirage void flame, Yang Dingtian said. As expected, when Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon flame was released, the mystic flame at the tip of Yang Gang's sword actually swayed violently and shrunk slightly as though its aura was being suppressed. Instantly, Yang Gang's eyes flashed with jealousy and a complicated expression. He then sneered and said, So what? So what if you have the mystic flame? You don't have any more mystic chi in your body, and you are still going to die. However, it is a waste of a heaven and earth mystic flame. I have mystic chi, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. How absurd! Where did you get the mystic chi from? Yang Zheng laughed loudly. I just need to burn my own chi si, Yang Dingtian said. After saying that, his entire body started to burn fiercely. That's right, Yang Dingtian was burning his own chi si. Once again, he was fighting to live from the brink of death. You are crazy, Yang Zheng said in shock. You will be smashed to pieces. At most, we will perish together. Yang Dingtian smiled faintly and said, 1-star revered martial artist and the million spirit demon flame. After the chi si explodes, both of us will be smashed to pieces. You are crazy, Yang Jing said in a trembling voice. I am crazy, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Then, the terrifying golden flame instantly soared several feet high. Yang Dingtian's entire body turned into a burning mystic flame. This scene caused everyone present to be shocked to the core, causing their hearts to tremble. Yang Dingtian, this peerless genius that was rarely seen in the world, was burning his own chi vessel for the final battle. Yang Dingtian's entire body was burning. The more the golden chi si burned, the crazier it became. The golden mystic flame became more and more intense. Suddenly, it completely suppressed Yang Gang's mystic flame. Yang Zheng's eyes trembled. His liver and gallbladder were about to burst. He knew that he could not delay any longer. He must kill Yang Dingtian before he self-destructed. Yang Dingtian, rest in peace! Yang Dingtian roared. The sharp sword in his hand shot out a dazzling sword light. With a shocking mystic skill, he crazily slashed towards Yang Dingtian. Let's perish together! Yang Dingtian roared crazily. He completely turned into a raging flame and crazily rushed towards Yang Jing. He crazily rushed towards Yang Geng's sword light. The soul sword in his hand crazily slashed down. Bang! Suddenly, the flame on Yang Dingtian's body exploded, emitting a dazzling light. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded, instantly blinding everyone's eyes. At the same time, Yang Geng's sword light ruthlessly slashed onto Yang Dingtian's chest. Yang Dingtian's soul sword fiercely stood on top of Yang Geng's treasure sword. Boom, 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 boom! A series of violent explosions. In the martial arts arena, light burst forth. The entire plaza was filled with white light. One could not see anything at all. After a full 2 minutes, the light in the plaza gradually faded. Everyone's hearts were incomparably sorrowful. Because they all knew that Yang Dingtian was already dead. He had completely self-destructed and turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian chose to perish together with Yang Jing in the final battle. After the light dissipated, everyone was suddenly shocked into silence as they stared blankly at the center of the martial arts arena. Everyone revealed a look of complete disbelief. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? Yang Dingtian actually did not die. How could he not die? He actually did not die. He was actually standing in the middle of the martial arts arena. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, even though his entire body was riddled with wounds, even though he needed to use his treasure sword to support himself on the ground and could not even stand. However, he was indeed not dead. What was going on? Didn't he self-destruct his Qi? In this world, anyone who self-destructed their Qi would only have one outcome, and that was to be smashed to pieces. Why was Yang Dingtian not dead? Why was Yang Dingtian fine? Yang Jing also did not die. He was currently below the stage, a full 200 meters away from the martial arts arena. The current him was covered in wounds and his body was charred black. The treasure sword in his hand was completely broken, leaving less than 2 inches. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The most important thing was that his right hand was gone, leaving only a bare wrist that was dripping with blood. Very soon, everyone saw his right hand dripping with blood. It was on the ground not far away, almost charred black. Everyone was completely shocked. Qin Huayu, Yan Yan, and the rest had also completely lost all their poise. They stood up from their seats and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. Why was it like this? How could it be like this? Yang Dingtian looked at the sun that had completely disappeared and said to Yang Jing indifferently, "You lost. The Cloud Heaven City Lord is me." Chapter 348. Yang Jing didn't have any reaction. Yang Dingtian said again, "Yang Jing, you've lost. From today onwards, I'm the Cloud Heaven City Lord." Yang Zheng's eyes suddenly shrank as he stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. "You didn't self-detonate your aura, see?" "Of course not," Yang Dingtian said. "I'd only used the mystic flame to explode a 1,000-year demon core, and there wasn't much mystic chi left in the demon core. However, the effect of the explosion was still shocking, and it looked exactly the same as self-detonating your aura C. However, you were afraid of death, so you immediately ran far away." Yang Jing looked at his bare wrist and said coldly, "What did you inject into my right hand? Why did it drain my mystic chi so quickly? Aren't you familiar with this thing?" Yang Dingtian sneered. "You should be very clear about what kind of poison you used on Yan Yan back then." Instantly, Yang Zheng's expression changed drastically as he looked at his own palm in horror. Of course, Yang Jing knew what kind of poison it was. Although it wasn't a poison, it was definitely one of the top poisons in the world, and there was no antidote in this world. A few 100,000 kilograms of celestial red sea's water condensed into a dark crystal, and it was enough to make anyone's face change color. However, as long as that thing enters your body, it won't devour your cultivation. You're too decisive. Just because you felt your energy being devoured, you immediately cut off your right hand. You're ruthless to others, but you're even more ruthless to yourself. Yang Dingtian laughed. Of course, he wouldn't tell Yang Dingtian that he didn't even need to cut off his right hand. Yang Dingtian only used the darkness mystic flame to devour his energy. However, this devouring could be stopped at any time, and it wouldn't harm Yang Deng's cultivation at all. This was because the darkness mystic flame was too weak right now. However, Yang Jing was too familiar with the darkness mystic crystal. When he felt his cultivation being drained, he immediately thought of the darkness mystic crystal. Thinking that the darkness mystic crystal had already entered his arm, he cut off his hand almost instantly. At this moment, Yang Jing still had time to pick up his severed hand and reattach it. However, Yang Dingtian would never tell him that it was the darkness mystic flame. He would always make him think that there was a darkness mystic crystal in his severed hand. Then, Yang Jing would never dare to reattach his hand's severed hand, and he would lose his right hand forever. That's right, Yang Dingtian currently had less than 10% of his profound energy remaining. Even if he ignited his Qi to fight with Yang Jing, the only result would be the explosion of his Qi. Burning his sea of Qi could only be considered as icing on the cake. If he wanted to completely burn his sea of Qi to fight, he would be seeking his own death. Therefore, Yang Dingtian burned a small portion of his Qi to create momentum, filling the sky with mystic fire. Then, he took out a demonic core from Mars that had almost exhausted all its energy, and injected it into the mystic flame to ignite it. Together with the mystic flame, it created a dazzling and shocking explosion effect, which made Yang Jing mistakenly think that Yang Dingtian had detonated his sea of Qi. Yang Dingtian was a martial honorable. Once he detonated his Qi, the nearby Yang Jing would definitely die. At this moment, Yang Jing was obviously unwilling to perish together with Yang Dingtian. Of course, he had to escape at full speed. At this moment, Yang Dingtian released the darkness profound flame and injected it into Yang Deng's sharp sword. The darkness profound flame instinctively devoured any energy. At that time, Yang Jing was running for his life. All of his vision and mind were focused on Yang Dingtian's self-detonation. He felt his right hand's cultivation rapidly flowing away. In his shock, he immediately thought that this was the darkness crystal. In this world, the person who knew the most about the darkness crystal and feared it the most was definitely Yang Jing. Therefore, in his extreme fear, he chopped off his right hand at the first moment. As for his shattered sword, it was naturally because of the clash with Yang Dingtian's soul's sword. His ancient famed sword was smashed into pieces as expected. Therefore, in this battle, Yang Dingtian originally did not have the slightest chance of winning. But Yang Dingtian still won, and it was much easier than the battle with Shimin Nu. Of course, the price was that Yang Dingtian's chest was ruthlessly slashed by Yang Deng's sword ray. Even though the sword ray was weakened by a lot after passing through Yang Dingtian's soul sword and was buffered by the deep sea Xian robe, it finally entered Yang Dingtian's body. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian would have been directly cut into two. Even with the soul sword and deep sea Xian robe buffering, if it was the previous Yang Dingtian, all of his profound veins would have been broken, and his internal organs would have been completely crushed. Even though Yang Dingtian had 9 Yang profound veins, he was still unable to withstand the damage of Yang Dingtian's 6-star revered martial artist sword ray. After his profound veins were completely shattered, his profound Qi energy would continue to crush Yang Dingtian's internal organs. However, after the transformation of Naga's purple profound veins and the nourishment of the Naga royalty's profound Qi, although it could not raise the grade of Yang Dingtian's profound veins, it was enough to make Yang Dingtian's profound veins incomparably tough, to the point that he could withstand Yang Dingtian's shocking attack. However, even so, Yang Dingtian's entire chest had completely lost all feeling, as if it was not his own body at all. He clearly knew that he was seriously injured. He took out a holy water pill from his spatial ring and consumed it, but he could not sit cross-legged to adjust his breathing. He still had to stand with his sword, like a flagpole. At this moment, the crowd gradually woke up from their shock. Then, there was a tsunami of cheers, cheers like a storm, cheers that no one could suppress. No one could have predicted this result. After the explosion of white light that was like the end of the world, everyone thought that Yang Dingtian had self-destructed. Everyone thought that Yang Dingtian was dead for sure. Everyone was incomparably shocked and incomparably sad as they watched the curtain fall on a legend. However, who would have thought that after the white light dissipated, not only did Yang Dingtian not die, but he was also standing there, perfectly fine. As for his opponent, Yang Jing, he was thrown out of the arena. His body was in a mess, his sword was broken, and his right hand was chopped off. Anyone with eyes could clearly see that Yang Dingtian had won. Even though they had no idea how Yang Dingtian had won, was it important? It was not important at all. What was important was that Yang Dingtian had won. Of course, they did not know that as long as Yang Jing returned to the arena, he could crush Yang Dingtian with a finger. Yang Jing, I won, Yang Dingtian said again. Yang Jing's gaze trembled, and countless complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. The cold killing intent in his eyes constantly changed. Of course, he was very clear that as long as he went up, he could easily kill Yang Dingtian. However, once he did that, he would never be able to become the Lord of Cloud Sky City. He would become the disgrace of martial arts in the world. Immediately, Yang Zheng's gaze turned to Qin Huaiyu and Yang Yan. At this moment, the arena was still filled with tsunami-like cheers. Yan Yan's face was ferocious as his expression constantly changed. Obviously, he was also making a choice in his heart. Should he kill Yang Dingtian? If he did not kill him, he could only watch as Yang Dingtian became the new lord of Cloud Sky City. If he killed him, the Yang clan would become the public enemy of martial arts in the world. After years of purging by Shimen Wuya, the Yang clan only had one hope left, Yang Jing. Yang Yan could sacrifice Shimen Nu and Shimen Ju without hesitation, but he could not sacrifice Yang Jing. Yang Jing was his only hope. If Yang Jing killed Yang Dingtian now, Yang Jing would be completely finished. In the end, he came to the conclusion that Yang Dingtian could not be killed. At least for now, he absolutely could not kill him. However, to let Yang Dingtian become the Lord of Cloud Sky City, he would rather die than be willing. For today, he had planned for more than 10 years. Today was the closest time for the Yang clan to take back the Lord of Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, Yang Yan could not help but look at Qin Huaiyu, hoping that Qin Huaiyu had the ability to reverse the situation. Qin Huaiyu was the one who had placed all his hopes on Qin Huaiyu. Qin Huaiyu stared coldly at Yang Dingtian, his eyes filled with coldness and jealousy. He really did not expect that the real million-spirit demon fire would fall into Yang Dingtian's hands. What kind of danger was this? If Yang Dingtian had obtained the million-spirit demon fire, then what exactly was the mystic flame that Dongfang Bingling had obtained? Of course, the mystic flame was not something to consider now. Now, Qin Huaiyu had to make a choice. Should he choose to destroy Yang Dingtian here? Did he have a trump card to reverse the situation? Of course he did. He could even beat Yang Dingtian down to the 18th level of hell. Because among everyone present, only he knew that Yang Dingtian was the fake hidden sect disciple, Wu Ming. This was undoubtedly a trump card that was enough to completely destroy Yang Dingtian. Impersonating the hidden sect disciple was the world's biggest crime. Once it was announced, there would be no place for Yang Dingtian in the world. However, the choice that Qin Huaiyu was facing now was whether to announce this matter or not. Of course, it was not that he could not bear to destroy Yang Dingtian. If it was possible, he wished that he could dismember Yang Dingtian into pieces right now. The reason why he hesitated was because this trump card was too big. Once it was announced that the hidden sect disciple was Wu Ming, he would lose the chance to impersonate the hidden sect disciple in the future. That's right. Ever since he knew that the hidden sect disciple, Wu Ming, was impersonating Yang Dingtian, Qin Qing had a plan. Qin Qing had a strategy, which was to nurture a fake John Doe and use the hidden sex disciple as a strategic trump card. Once Qin Qing fell into a passive situation in the Taekwondo League, he only needed to use the hidden sex disciple as his trump card. Qin Qing could be said to be invincible and could almost overcome any difficulties in the Taekwondo League. Once it was revealed that Yang Dingtian was impersonating the hidden sect disciple, the fake Wuming that Qin Qing had prepared would be completely useless. This way, the loss would be too great. In order to destroy Yang Dingtian, it was not worth it to lose one of Qin Qing's greatest trump cards. Taking a deep breath, Qin Huaiyu looked at Yang Dingtian and thought to himself, "I'll let you be proud for a few days and let you enjoy being the Lord of Cloud Sky City for a few days." Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu said to the Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master, "Pavilion Master, you are the highest leader today. You should announce the final result." The Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master glanced at Qin Huaiyu with a cold face. Her attitude was very cold and disdainful, with a hint of hostility. Then, she said to Yang Yan, "This is Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. You can announce it yourselves. We are just bystanders." Obviously, as the Northwest leader of the Taekwondo League, she was not willing to give Yang Dingtian face. She was not willing to praise Yang Dingtian, so she was not willing to announce the final result. Yan Yan stood up helplessly. Before he could speak, the tsunami-like square instantly fell into silence. Everyone stared at Yan Yan's mouth, waiting for his final announcement. Yan Yan said loudly, "On behalf of Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild, the Cloud Sky City Lord, the Martial Arts Arbitration Council, announces that the martial arts competition is valid. The final winner is Yang Dingtian." Then Yang Yan's face turned pale. He took a deep breath and said, "I announce that the new Cloud Sky City Lord is Yang Dingtian." Although his heart was filled with unwillingness and hostility, Yang Yan still shouted this name. Long live. Just as Yang Yan's voice fell, the square, which had just quieted down, was suddenly filled with even crazier cheers and even crazier cheers. Long live Yang Dingtian. Long live Lord Yang. Long live Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian's troops were crazily using their swords to hit their armor. Countless people were crazily cheering. The entire Cloud Sky City was in a frenzy, drowning out Yang Yan's voice. Yan Yan said coldly, "The ascension ceremony of the Cloud Sky City Lord will take place in 9 days. I announce that the martial arts contest for the position of City Lord has officially ended." There were cheers and tsunamis everywhere. Yang Dingtian raised his sword high and waved at the cheering crowd. At this moment, although the sun had already set, everyone present could faintly feel that Yang Dingtian's body was covered in a layer of golden light. Everyone could faintly feel that a new era had begun. Amidst the cheers of countless people, Yang Dingtian slowly walked down the battle stage and walked towards Yan Yan. From afar, Yan Yan reached out her small hand. "Let's go, I'll bring you home." Yang Dingtian held Yan Yan's small hand and walked towards her small loft. Countless people present looked at the celestial couple, Yang Dingtian and his wife, with envy and blessings. Wherever the two of them passed, everyone automatically opened up a path. They smiled and waved as they walked. Yang Dingtian brought Yan Yan to her small loft. Entering the small loft, there were no traces of anyone living inside, but it was still very clean and tidy. It should be cleaned every day. Entering the boudoir, Yang Dingtian said softly, "Baby, I've finally brought you home." After saying that, a mouthful of blood gushed out. "Husband." Yan Yan whispered and lifted the clothes on Yang Dingtian's chest. Suddenly, tears gushed out. Yang Dingtian's chest had countless cracks that were so deep that the bones could be seen. Even the internal organs inside could be seen. Yan Yan cried loudly. She reached out to touch but did not dare to. She knew that Yang Dingtian was injured, but she did not know that his injuries were so serious. After suffering such a shocking injury, Yang Dingtian still persevered until now. Along the way, he calmly waved to everyone. Yang Dingtian was really too powerful. Although the last attack was interrupted, and with the soul sword and deep sea Xian clothes cushioning it, Yang Dingtian still suffered such a terrible injury. I'm fine. Yang Dingtian smiled and then immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to dissolve the medicinal power of the holy water to heal his injuries. Baby, wake me up in 4 hours! Then, Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. 4 hours later, although Yan Yan was extremely reluctant, she still woke Yang Dingtian up. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. After 2 hours of adjustment, the energy of the holy water permeated his body. Yang Dingtian finally felt better. Although he was still covered in scars, it was not as scary as before. Through the wounds, one could see the internal organs and bones inside. However, his cultivation was still less than 30%. This time, Yang Dingtian's injuries were too serious. If he wanted to completely recover, even with the holy water, it would take at least a few days. Baby, change my clothes. Let's go to tonight's banquet together, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Yan Yan wiped her tears and said softly. Then, Yan Yan very gently wiped Yang Dingtian's body with 1,000 silk snow brocade dipped in the medicinal water. Then, she wrapped all the scars on his body tightly and finally put on a golden robe. This golden robe was Shimen Wuya's. It was the Cloud Heaven City Lord's robe. After putting it on, Yang Dingtian looked imposing and handsome. Then, Yan Yan also changed into a purple dress. This dress was originally worn by Madame Shimen. It was the city lord's wife's dress. After dressing up, Yang Dingtian held Yan Yan's hand and slowly walked out of the loft and back to the plaza. Long live! Long live City Lord Yang Dingtian! Just as they entered the plaza, Yang Dingtian received countless cheers from the crowd. At this time, the sky was already completely dark. In the plaza, there were bonfires everywhere. There was good wine everywhere, and there was delicious food everywhere. Here, all the basic warriors were having a bonfire party to celebrate the birth of the Cloud Heaven City Lord. Yang Dingtian passed through the plaza and arrived at the central castle of Cloud Heaven City. Here, it was brightly lit. There was good wine everywhere, and there were lights everywhere. Countless beautiful maids were shuttling back and forth. All the VIPs would be attending the banquet in the central castle. And as the Cloud Heaven City Lord, Yang Dingtian was the host of tonight's banquet. In the banquet hall on the first floor of the central castle, all the guests were the sect masters of the various forces in Yang Dingtian's territory. These people were all Yang Dingtian's subordinates. Within the 1,000 miles of Cloud Heaven City's territory, there were about 30 forces of various sizes. The largest was like the Metal Sword Fort, which had about 200 miles of territory. The smallest was like the Heavenly Thunder Sect, which only had about 2 to 3 miles of territory. All the sect masters of these forces, including their heirs, were present. There were more than 100 people in the banquet hall on the first floor. As their master, Yang Dingtian had to kneel down and greet Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan when they saw Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan. However, after Yang Dingtian walked in holding Yan Yan's hand, there was only a slight silence inside, and then some of the sect masters wanted to kneel down and greet them. However, seeing that the sect masters of the leading forces did not move, they also stood in place. Suddenly, the hall was silent, and it seemed a little awkward. Many of the subordinates present did not know how to treat Yang Dingtian. The Metal Sword Fort Master shouted, "What's wrong? Why did you stop? Continue drinking?" In his words, he actually turned a blind eye to Yang Dingtian. Without a doubt, this was an extreme contempt for Yang Dingtian. Then, the Metal Sword Fort Master continued to pull the sect masters to drink and play rock paper scissors, as if the Cloud Heaven City Lord, Yang Dingtian, did not exist. Yan Yan's face turned cold, and she was about to fly into a rage. Yang Dingtian held her little hand gently, still wearing a smile, and walked toward the banquet hall on the second floor. The banquet hall on the second floor was where the real VIPs were. The sect masters and elders of the various forces in the northwest mainland were all in the banquet hall on the second floor. Yang Dingtian smiled as he entered the hall on the second floor. An enchanting fragrance wafted over, followed by a hoarse and sexy voice. "City Lord Yang Dingtian, it's been a long time. Should I call you Yang Dingtian, or should I call you by another name? The stunningly beautiful and enchanting Qin Mingli walked over leisurely and spoke in a gentle voice. Yan Yan's delicate body trembled, and her expression changed. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.